Oh, for a bald guy, you sure like splitting hairs.
I mean, I'm not bald. That's weird. Right.
He's already on like 40, the jerk.
Can I rub him?
For free.
Didn't he just cut my pants off?
You have to give the Asari credit. Ilium is a cultural marvel. I don't even know what
These sell slaves here, Miranda. These sell slaves.
Ah, you bitch!
How did you flew so far? So this is what we're looking at here. Could the game be quiet for 2 seconds and let me fucking talk?
No.
Stop the zombie apocalypse, I want to talk about battle steamers!
Did you mean to punch me?
I was trying to punch him right there.
Oh my god, you're really bad at punching.
Oh, cock off, you dingle donger! Thank you for going that way.
Oh no.
No!
Righty, hello everybody. I'm so sorry about the delayed start to stream there. I was sitting there podding away with some bits and bobs, and I've got some audio cues in the music that have been set up to like let me know when there's 30 seconds to stream start, but I've got it muted now. The menu music for this game is so fucking loud that I just missed it. I looked up and I saw my kind of like delayed start thing which comes on automatically. It's like, I have in fact made an error. Whoops. Hey Noswolf, how is it going? So we are back. Let's see if we can actually see the game for a second. So we're back with some Formula 1 Manager 2024. Oh, hang on a minute. I was a little bit unsure about whether or not. Oh, hang on a second. Sorry. Sorry folks. I keep a test stream up to let me know if there's any quality issues, and for whatever reason the fucking thing isn't loading. Might need to take a second to fix that, but yeah, for now, I don't have a test stream, so if anything goes wrong with the stream audio or the stream quality, I won't know, so, you know, if you could let me know, that would be great. Good, you're sore as fuck. You had your first time back in fitness after the Easter dinners, yeah. I feel that. I'm currently averaging 9 years between my between gym sessions. So, you know. Hey, slightly less. I don't know, cuz like it feels weird. It feels a little weird calling you KJ, but slightly less Korean Jesus is long. Slightly less? I don't know. What's your preferred short name for Twitch related stuff? Anyway, on the subject of Formula 1 Manager, which is what we are going to be doing today, I was in two minds about slightly less works. Yeah, it's a strange problem to have, isn't it? I was in two minds about whether or not to bring this series back, because obviously we got what 7-8 episodes in to our previous series of F1 Manager 2024, and then we got an issue that meant our driver was constantly banned from qualifying, which, you know, isn't good. So yeah, I reached out to support, and support, if I'm honest, haven't been great. It took them forever to get back to me, and then they got back to me, and I got back to them straight away, and then it was, what, a month and a half before I heard back from them again. And the more or less consensus is that the entire save file is corrupted, so if I was ever going to bring this series back, it would need to be under a new save file. So I was really humming and hawing about whether or not I was going to bring this series back, just because it sucked to get so far into it to then have to restart it all. But you know what? I enjoyed doing it, and the general consensus seemed to be that people enjoyed watching these videos. So I figure we'll bring it back. We'll try and sound it out a little bit and see what the script is. So I have I'm not going to take us through the starting of like getting everything set up, because that took a long time. I have set everything up, so this is more or less a complete rehash of the series that we did before, because don't fix what ain't broke, right? So the car colors are the same, the driver lineup are the same, but we'll just take a little bit of a moment to go through it. So our lead driver is Daniel Ricciardo, and our number 2 driver is Raven Aerosmith, who we are rewriting the Formula 1 2024 season in that Raven Aerosmith is going to be Formula 1's first full-time race driver. There have been females who have raced in Formula 1 before, however there has never been a main rostered driver in Formula 1 that has competed for the entire season that is, you know, not male. So in terms of our team, so Daniel Ricciardo has, where the fuck did I see my staff? Board facilities. Oh yeah, here we go. So Daniel Ricciardo he has moved over from RB Racing, and he retains his race engineer, which is Pierre Hamlin. Raven Aerosmith has a newcomer to Formula 1 in Charles Walker, who is an Australian. And these guys have never worked together before, so their pairing is quite low. Also in our staff, we have a technical engineer, a rather young gentleman, Frenchman Ruben Allard, who joins the team as our technical chief, and our aerodynamics chief is Martin Peters, and our sporting director is Catherine Marsh. I think that is basically it for our staff. So with the one exception, or the two exceptions, I suppose, of Daniel Ricciardo and Pierre Hamlin, the rest of our team are kind of AI generated. So hell of a name, love it. Yeah. I fucked up that one, didn't I? Right, before we get too far into this, I am conscious because, like, every now and again I do get weird issues creep up into my stream. Like if I accidentally hit the blur stream button, sometime it can take me a little while to notice that. So bear with me for like 30 seconds while I try and fix what's gone wrong with my test stream, because I'm slightly paranoid about it. And Noswolf, you'll be pleased to know that it's more daft clips for a couple of minutes.
Oh, that's right. World War I pilots didn't have parachutes. I fucking knocked down the tree.
He does well for himself. Let me put it like that.
Hey, Chaucer.
Yeah.
I love you, buddy. But get the hell out of my ear.
Is it
I can't think straight. I can't think straight to save my damn life right now.
Is it because you love my voice so much?
Go stand by Bunty. Go get. God, dog.
Fine, all right.
I can't think straight.
Thank you.
Alrighty, the test stream is now officially up and running, which is good for us. So, let's go ahead and get into it, shall we? So we have a couple of weeks until the season starts with the Bahrain Grand Prix. Yeah, right now we have no sponsors. So the big thing that we have to be aware of is that our team is expensive. The combined salaries of all of the personnel amounts to 20 million. 20 million a year, and we only have 15 million, so we need to be bearing this in mind. So we're gonna have to go very heavy on the sponsorship as we get our team up and running. So yeah, we're gonna have to go for marketability. We're gonna have to go for sponsorship up the fucking wazoo. But we have to be careful that we don't take on too many people that expect us to perform well, because we are the potatoes of the Formula 1 grid. We've got two capable drivers. One of them has never been in Formula 1 and the other one is a Formula 1 veteran. However, despite that, we do not have the facilities and we do not have the car to back up these drivers at the moment. So yeah, getting money is going to be quite important. So, pre-season testing results. Okay, we've got nothing from this one, but we're going to go to sponsorship negotiation. So we have a title sponsor, which we can pick between these ones. So okay, this is quite good actually. So, so there's Edward Swift, which is a... Oh, no. Let me see what they are. So Edward Swift... Well, it doesn't really say what kind of company it is. So they guarantee us £8 million of funding a year, with potentially 34 million across the year, and 5 million during race days. However, it does rely on us having good performance, which is potentially going to be a bit of an issue for us. So So their activity preference is facility activities, which would mean stretching my already, lacking facilities even further in order to accommodate these guys, which is, yeah, not great. So there's Arcoar, who guarantees 20 million up front, only 9 million during the season, but potentially up to 16 million during the race days. I mean, the good thing about this is that if we accepted them as our title sponsor, like, that pays our staff salary for the whole year. So that's something quite good to consider. Remember, we can get additional people up and running. So this is a really important one to consider. The other one is Musca XR Technologies, who again prefers facility activities. They'll give us 10 million up front and 17 million across the season, and 15 million during race days. Oh, this is a tough one. I mean, to be fair, for this season, we are effectively... We're effectively trying to... Like, basically what I'm saying, I don't know if we have enough money to last for 2 seasons if we don't get some kind of good results this season. So I wonder, given that the performance reliance isn't going to be too high for us, I wonder if we try this Edward Swift. Also because we did Arcoar last time. Race day performance does at least, like, having a lack of potential engagement for race day performance does at least guarantee me the freedom that my drivers aren't going to be bothered during race days. I think, given our budget isn't very high, our ability for race upgrades, I think facilities activities is going to be fine. I think. So we'll take on some optional sponsors. So who can we take? Mandatory activity. Ooh, season effects. So Farum Star give us facility effectiveness. That is going to be something that we very much need to consider. So the Serpent Fuels. So we can take on all of these. Is there any other ones that we can do? Bad turtle clothing. Yeah, okay, fine. Fine. So this actually really pumps up our numbers quite a fair bit, which is quite good to see. Okay, so one thing I do want to do, one thing that always bugs me about this game is that when you go onto the next screen, which lets you actually design your Formula 1 car, it doesn't actually... Oh, hang on. No. Yeah, when it lets you design your Formula 1 car, it doesn't actually tell you what companies you're signed up for. So let me just write them down. So Edward Swift is our main sponsor, along with Farum Star, Serpent, Miram Coin, Abros, and Aptured. So we're going to confirm this. So this gives us access to quite a fair bit, actually, which will be quite good. We'll have to see how this goes. So now we have decals available to us. So we are going to edit our livery. This will take just a little bitty to do. So let's have a look at the rear wing assembly. So this is this one. I think we're going to whitewash it, and then is there not a way? Oh no, because we're in the car section. Move. I kind of want to increase the scale, actually, a little bit. Quite a bit, actually. And then if we move it up just ever so slightly. There we go, that is a good looking Formula 1 car. Where else have we got on the wings? So on the side plates, we have... Wait, hang on, where's this one? Oh, this one's on the top. Oh. Okay. Let's move you down. Pretty shit placement, but you know what? It is what it is. Let's go ahead and change the scale on this one ever so slightly. And then we're going to move it upwards, just so that it looks a little bit more in place, which I think it does. So that's looking quite good. Let's go back to the nose cone. And see what it is that we are working with here. So Farum Star, we're going to put you to the whiteout. I genuinely prefer the whiteout version of the things. And let's get you down here. That's looking quite nice. This one. What's the one that's on the... so it's the Bitcoin looking thing that's on the front, the Marum coin. So we're actually going to change you to... Oh no, it does show us now. Okay, that's huge. Oh, that does show us. We're actually going to put the Edward Swift decal here. We're going to put it in silhouette mode, and we're going to increase the scale of this. And I might move you up slightly so it's a little bit more in the middle. So I'm just trying to see in my head what other ones that we're missing from this one. We have Farum Star twice. I'm ever so slightly cautious about that one. So we've got Serpent, we've got Farum Star. So we're missing the Miram coin for this one. So, ooh, Serpent Fuels on the side. Let's change you to the Bitcoin one, because I feel like we've kind of neglected this one, given we've just yeeted it off the side of the car. So we'll bring this up a little bit, and then we're going to bring this back. There we go, that looks alright there. So the Serpent one here can stay. This Edward Swift... actually probably stay, to be honest, although I am going to whitewash them out. Just because it looks a little bit better, particularly when we're trying to avoid the blue on blue. So we'll get that all sorted. There we go, that's looking quite nice. I think we need to have a little bit of sort of this, just because it's looking a bit shit. Not the whitewashing yet. Okay, that looks pretty okay. Now that that is nice and centralized, Murmcoin, we need to whitewash you. And I think we actually probably need to bring you down a little bit in order to get you a bit better visibility. I might move you back a little bit as well, so it's kind of flush with the... I was going to say air intake, but it's not really. It's kind of like an upper exhaust looking motherfucker. Fine, I'm quite happy with that one. So the Edward Swift logo we've got. The Abros one, which is here. We've got Abros... Oh no, we don't have Abros twice. Okay, let's move you back a little bit so you're not being blocked by the wing. There we go, that's looking okay. Farum Star, again, is going to get whitewashed out to better fit in with the livery. And then we are going to move it so that it's not getting distorted by the bodywork. We'll put you underneath this air intake, outtake, fucking whatever. Oh, actually, do you know what I might do? I might change this logo in a little second. And then our final one here is this, which, again, I'm going to want to move, or that only works if I actually hit the right fucking thing. Let's move you upwards and backwards slightly. Yeah, there we go, that looks okay. And then in the final place that we have, we are going to add in a little team logo. And by little, I mean we're definitely going to have to compress it in size. So we'll put it to 70% of its size and bring it a little bit around to there, so that works quite well. And the final thing we're going to do is we're going to go to our rear wing. We're actually going to put you as the team logo, and then we're going to bring you down just a little bit. Actually, how big can we make you? That's not bad sizing. Not bad sizing at all. Okay, let's bring you down a couple more. There we go. Nice big logo on the side. So we'll confirm this, and this is going to be our Formula 1 car. So we are going to save this over this version. Oh, that looks like a... This is looking the part now. Yeah, this is looking the part. So the next thing that we have to do is we have to go and check the driver's suit real quick. So we're going to go to decals. So this is at the back. We are going to have the Edward Swift. Oh no, that's a fucking tramp stamp down there. Okay, we don't want the tramp stamp. Is there anything that's just like all over the fucking back? Okay, that's good enough for me. We'll silhouette it out. We'll probably make it quite a fair bit bigger. You never know what's being washed. Well, as long as something's being washed, that's the main thing. Have a shower, folks. Yeah, okay, so that's our main title sponsor across the back. Oh shit, we've got sleeves. I didn't realize that was a fucking thing. Oh, got gloves. Wait a minute. What? Can we get Hibble gloves? Oh, we can. Okay. Yeah, right. I didn't realize we could do the gloves. Get Hibble F1 gloves. Oh, I love that. Okay. Fine. So, is there not a whole... So this is our only whole body one. Is this one here? So let's change you to be Edward Swift. We're gonna silhouette that out so that all the designs are fairly consistent. And we're gonna make this nice and big. There we go, pretty happy with that one. Okay. So this one I want to change to be the team color, which we'll do here. Quite happy with its position, so that's fine. And then if we change you to be you, that's fine. And then if we change you, actually let's keep Serpent. But we will change it to be this. Actually, I kind of don't like that this is quite a bit bigger, so let's shrinking you down just a little bit more. Okay, and then that leaves our arms. So our remaining ones are Farm Star, which is here, which we will do and whitewash out. Farm Star, Serpent we've got, Mirim Coin is the other one that we need. Okay. I think you need to be whitewashed out. Yeah, there we go. And then we've got our boss. So we've got one more that we need to get, which is going to be this one. So let's whitewash this out. Here we go. So that is all of our sponsors. Look at Daniel Ricciardo and his curly little hair. Alright, so we can save this now. Here we go. Now we're looking like a Formula 1 team. So apply changes and save the design. Confirm. Done. Now we look the part. Oh, I need to change our team colors actually, because I haven't done that one. So our primary color. Wait, what does this change? Do we not have a? Okay. Yep. Okay, let's make you blue and red. So find that as our team colors sorted. Cool. So now we look the part. Now we need to do our formula. Our sponsorship plan. So engagement activities. skip training. Oh, they've increased the feedback from this quite a lot. We're not planning on doing any scouting, so actually this probably isn't a bad thing to do. VIP activities. This is the start of the season, so I'm quite happy with this. Wind tunnel advert. I'm not going to be doing anything just now. Factory advert. Okay, cool. So this will net us 3.4 million. Oh. Oh, okay. Hang on a minute. Hang on a fucking minute. Let's reset this. Okay. So I need to commit to my drivers doing stuff. Fine. Let's throw our development drivers into the woods. I might actually have to do something with Ricardo though. Okay, this is going to be quite demanding, but we need the money. Fine. Scouting unavailable. I don't really care about that one. We do meet our target, which is quite nice. I'm not going to get any more money out of this, so actually I'm not going to do anything further. But this is going to bother both of our drivers. But, well, actually no. So, the way that the sponsorship works is that once this green bar meets this kind of white line, if you choose to go over that, you don't have to, but if you choose to go over that, then next month's or next period, I think it's a 6-week period, is just that little bit easier. You kind of, whatever is extra, you bank that marketability, and it means you can do less stuff. So by doing more stuff now, we're going to the Middle East. There's not going to be any fucking rain, so I kind of don't. Staff performance. Fine. We're already hampering our staff performance enough, so let's take on this one, and we're going to begin this sponsorship plan. Fine. One thing we haven't done actually is let's have a look at our development drivers. So we have 2 development drivers. We have Amelia Azevdo and Reinhold Brandt. So we have a Dutchman over here who isn't very happy, but he is 19. I would be happy if I was still 19. And Amelia Azevdo. Fine. Okay. Alright, so I don't think there is anything else I need to do really. Oh, well, I guess actually. So we need to consider building things. So we definitely want a race simulator. This is something that we definitely want to build. Team hub, I think I want to build. In terms of operations, we want a hospitality area because this is going to be very important for continuing our marketability. Similarly with the tour center, helipad. It's not that much. Yeah, we can do that one. We can build a memorabilia room. That's fine. In terms of car development, suspension simulator, how much is it going to cost to build the factory? 7 million. That's a lot. I think we can afford it though, because of the upfront costs that we got. So that's kind of huge. I think the other thing I want to do is, how much is it going to cost to do this one? This is going to be worth it. This is definitely going to be worth it. The wind tunnel, how much is this going to cost? 10 million? Jesus fucking Christ. Absolutely not. 11 million. Oh. Car parts test center, suspension simulator. Yeah, okay. I'll build the factory, but everything else is a bit too expensive. I don't want to go too guns ho real quickly for this one. Okay. fine. So the next thing I think we need then, we need to improve our base components. So we're going to go to car development, car parts development, and we are going to design a front wing. And we're going to, I think we're going to split this down the middle, to be honest, because I really need to improve just the baseline of our car. Once we have the baseline up and running, then we will focus on getting like a high-speed package and a low-speed package. But for just now, I think I'm probably just going to keep this nice and balanced. Let's just get an improved baseline, and then we'll work on kind of race-specific setups going forward. So this is going to be our baseline here. Design focus is going to be nice and balanced, so it is going to improve all of these things marginally. And in terms of engineers, I have 10 available. We'll put this as this one. This will be 2 million off of the budget here, which is fine. And then we're going to do the same thing with the rear wing. We are effectively just going to use what is remaining. No wind tunnel hours remaining. This is okay. We're going to keep this balanced, and then we'll just put the rest of our shit to here. There we go. So we've got development sorted. We've got our factories building. We're down to 15 million, which I actually think was our starting budget. So yeah, let's continue on until the race weekend. Oh good, we've built the helipad. Go to the inbox. So driver development, so there is no change in our main driver, so this is fine. Okay, for the first time in a long time now, I'm trying to remember if I actually have any of these. In fact, you know what? Let me just fire up the old printer real quick, because I have a special I've got a special sheet that I made up for these streams. So bear with me a little second. So we are going to print this. I should have actually printed these out in advance, but I've forgotten about them. I'm pretty sure I do have some floating around. I'm just not entirely sure where. I have a lot of paperwork in my desk. I need to fucking tidy up at some point. Alright, forgive me a moment. I'll go and speak to the printer. Oh, that's right. World War I pilots didn't have parachutes. I fucking knocked down the tree.
He does well for himself. Let me put it like that.
Hey, Chaucer.
Yeah.
I love you, buddy. But get the hell out of my ear.
Is
I
it
can't
you
think
love me?
straight. I
know.
can't think straight to save my damn life right now.
Is it because you love my boy so much?
Go stand by Bunty. Go get. God, dog.
Fine, all right.
I can't think straight.
Thank you.
Wow. Suddenly I feel like I got more time.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That was terrible. God.
If you want me to do a train safety announcement, here's my tip, right? There is two kinds of being sucked off on a train station platform that can happen. If you want the happy one, stay behind the yellow line.
Oh, they've got guns, guys!
Crazy.
I fucking hate this man so much.
They shot bullets at me!
It's a fucking shooter game, innit?
Cardamom, coriander, cilantro there. I might leave out the cilantro. Got some black cardamom, it's really nice with some ginger there.
Are you kicking me?
No, I'm just making my great grandfather's recipes.
Oh, cheese it! They're shooting me! Oh god, they're shooting me.
Alrighty, we are ready. So I have my little Formula One manager sheets that I've printed out. So we are going to start this off. We're going to hopefully get through 2 episodes today, 2 races rather. So Bahrain. Bahrain is a 57 lap race with a 75% safety car chance. Under normal racing, it is a 22-second loss under green flag conditions and 16 seconds under safety car. Lap record is a 1:31, and that is going to be us for the moment. So we're going to go to inbox. Helipad construction. So we've got a monthly upkeep for it, but this is fine. Monthly upkeep, but this is fine. This increases our marketability, mentality, and attractiveness. So this is all pretty good. This is going to be the first race of the season. So I think I want to be quite keen for our drivers. So 20th or higher. So there's 22 cars on the grid. And we don't know, this is the first race of the season. We don't know where we're going to be. Let's just lowball this. Let's just lowball this. I would rather take a next to guaranteed, like, what, 1/5 of a mil? And kind of fuck around too much.
F1 is back, ladies and gentlemen, and the grid is set to grow. A new season is upon us as Formula One returns to the Middle East, ready to kick things off here in Bahrain. But change is afoot. The paddock has grown, the grid extended. Yes, that's right, 11 teams, 22 drivers, and the hottest competition motorsport has to offer. Well, there's a newcomer in the RB seat this weekend, an opportunity for them to see what they can do with the car. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Formula One.
Why was there a slight pause when he was like, ladies and gentlemen, this is, like he fucking forgot what he was saying. Alright, let's make sure the Formula 1 cam is still working. Oh good, yeah, so I'm over here now. I'm over here on this side. You'll see why this matters in a little second. So, let's go for practice. I'll try basically and skip through this as quickly as I can. But we do want to do this. So this is the first race of the season. So we've also committed our drivers to various things for this race. So I do want them to be in the seat for this one. Just for this session, we're going to manage this and we're going to see how we get on with car parts. So let's set these guys out. So they are heading away. And just a friendly reminder that I am using one modification. So I'm using a mod that changes the GUI to reduce this top left part to 3 slides rather than the like 6 that you had before. So, Hang on a second. This, for some reason or other, isn't in line with the thing. Here we go. It is now. Okay, so we're not going to sit and watch this. We are effectively just going to time skip our way through this. So we are collectively 7 seconds off of the lap record. But all we're doing at the moment, so your purpose in practice is to try and get comfortable with your setup. Since it's been a while since we have done a Formula 1 Manager video, just a little reminder then that these little pips at the bottom tell you your driver preparation. So on the right there, the 3 out of 5 is driver insights. and that basically says what the driver understands about the setup. Once it reaches 5 out of 5, you can pull them in and you can get feedback on the full setup. But if you don't have that... Ooh, puncture. How did such a thing happen? Dang. That's unfortunate.
Quick feedback on the car on balance?
I'm trying to remember how to do the thing.
Ballpark.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay,
car
but it does-
satisfaction's apparently good. Nevertheless, we are going to pull Ricardo in early off of his run. I don't really care about long runs as much as I care about getting the setup absolutely spot on. So we'll need to keep that one in mind. Aerosmith should be running up soon to her 5th out of 5th insight. So basically you've got 3 components that make up what's called, I think it's like driver acclimatization or customization or something. So you basically have track familiarity, which is this one here, which is only for your driver. There is car parts familiarization, which is shared between all cars that use the same components. And then you have the car setup, which is specific to the car. So if you change drivers, the setup preference will remain. If you change drivers, then, you know, the car parts familiarization will remain, but if you change drivers, the driver track familiarization will completely change. So that's something that you need to consider when you bring your development drivers in for the practice 1 sessions. Okay, I was really hoping you would get this final fucking insight by now. What the fuck? Watch her do it just as she rounds out the last corner. No? Just not getting anything, are we? Huh, that's weird. Okay, Ricardo is in the pit lane, so you can see that this has all come down quite a bit. So we're at 50% satisfaction at the moment. We can change this by pumping up the rear wing angle to probably about here. Let's use the roll cage to change this. And then if we use the camber to bring that out here. Okay, this is a fairly comfortable middle ground. So let's reset Ricardo. I don't know why Aerosmith. There we go. Fucking hell. So car satisfaction is bad. Let's get Aerosmith back in and we'll get her reconfigured and out for the next one. So let's reconfigure now. Fine, so rear wing angle we're going to change. Tractive effort we're going to change. Let's bring that one back. We're going to adjust the toe. Okay, no, we're not going to adjust the toe that much. Okay, let's see how this looks for size. So Aerosmith seems to be quite a lot slower at getting driver feedback than Ricardo is. That's going to be something that's quite important to bear in mind. Let's send Ricardo back out. We have pretty much about half the session still to go. So let's go ahead and build up Ricardo's insights and then we'll get Aerosmith doing the same. And then it won't be too long until we get a race. A race underway. So I think we should have time for one more setup change, although I do just need to pay attention to how well our tires are doing. Actually, we're doing okay for tires. Our car is surprisingly not completely dog shit when it comes to tire wear performance. It's dog shit in every other area, but tire wear actually holds on quite well, surprisingly. So yeah, that's definitely a good one for us. Ricardo's almost rounding out his insights again, which is pretty huge.
Quick feedback.
All okay from my side.
So Ricardo says that his satisfaction is great, which is Not bad, actually. So we'll reconfigure this again, and everything is pretty well within its limits, but we're only at 85%, so let's go ahead and try and get this the other way around. I'm going to change the toe angle to get this to here, and I'm going to disrupt this a little bit, and then we're going to tweak that with the toe angle. So our 85% setup relied on most things being at the kind of right edge of the, if I do, I'm moving you to here-ish, and then you up to here. Can I change this with toe? No, I can change it with camber though. Yeah, so most things were over to the right side, so I've moved the pips to the left as far as I can. I don't think we're going to get enough time to round out this. How are we doing for tires, actually? 57% is not bad. Okay, let's polish off this setup and then get Ricardo back out to see what we can build upon. We're still waiting on Aerosmith to get that final insight, and we've got it. Car setup is great, so that's pretty good. Let's do the same with Aerosmith. So we're at 90% satisfaction, which is pretty good. So now what we want to do, ideally, is we want to change these values, but without disrupting this one. So changing the front wing angle is going to fuck everything up. The only ones that don't touch are this. So let's go ahead and bring you back. Oh, no. Okay, let's revert that one to the highest. Okay, I kind of don't want to touch the anti-roll distribution because I think that's going to fuck things up a little bit too much. Let's just do this as best we can using camber. So if we do this and then bring you to about here, that is probably worth a punt. How's your tires doing? Only 50%. Okay. I think that'll probably do for the rest of the session, given it'll take us 5 minutes to get up and running. Ricardo, we're going to get out for the last 11 minutes of this session. We actually probably could have underfueled these cars, given they are going to be heavy, but fuck it. There's no point in, you know, burning time for them. Yellow flag somewhere. Not entirely sure why. But yeah, so far we're doing quite well for our driver setup rating, which is pretty good. I'm quite happy with that one. But yeah, with less than 5 minutes of the session still to go, I don't think we're going to get much else out of this. Ricardo may get another insight, but I'm not sure Aerosmith is necessarily going to.
Okay,
so there's the checkered flag. Let's bring our cars in. Okay, so this session's done. We're quite happy with this. Oh, driver preparation's only down at 23%. That's scary. Okay, let's tweak this setup slightly. So car setup is untested. Fuck it, let's just, we're gonna run this with the AI. I've got no interest in lingering around for this any more than I need to. So the results of practice 2. Oh, we actually got pretty fast. Jesus. Okay, I'll take that one. Fine. So we only got up to 92% with Ricardo. That's kind of annoying. Fine. I think we'll do this one. I think I wanted to avoid it if I could, but I think I do ideally. Okay, let's try this on for size. What compound have we got? We've only got a set of mediums. Fine. Fine. Okay. And we got up to 97% for Aerosmith. So that's kind of crazy. We've only got soft tires left for Aerosmith though. That's kind of annoying. Is there anything I can tweak to this? Honestly, not really. Yeah, no, I'm not going to touch 97%. We're just going to send Aerosmith out for some hot laps. So fuel per lap is 1.9 kg. Okay, alright, so let's go. So we'll get Ricardo out. We want him to get out and practicing as fast as we can. And then when we get a moment, we'll send out Aerosmith as well. Okay, fine. So what are we? We're 57 laps. So...
Oh, we need good work on the brakes.
Okay, understood.
Okay, so if we've got 1.9 per lap, I think I want to underfuel the cars by, let's call it 1.6 with a safety margin. So 0 minus 1.6 minus 3.2 minus 4.8. We are burning rubber with this one. Let's just conserve these tires as much as we can. We don't really want to be fucking around with changing tires too often. Ricardo's almost done his run though, which is pretty good. At the moment, we're basically just like building up experience with the car and experience with the track. Ricardo says the car is optimal, which is pretty good to go. But yeah, the reason why we're not just what are we at? 99%. I ain't doing any better than that. I am not doing any better than that one. I've got 69% life left on these tires. That's fine. Let's just refuel. Well, how much laps have these got? They've got 32 laps. Let's call this... Let's call it 20 laps of usable run. 21, fine. So we'll do this one and we'll get Ricardo out. So the reason why we are sending out our cars, so we've got 19 laps, 20%, so what are we, 30... 25%. Run plan. Let's do 12 laps of fuel. Yeah, okay. So the reason why we are sending our drivers back out continuously is basically because yes, our setups are absolutely nailed down. However, we need to build the track familiarization and also the car parts like familiarization as well. You can see how for both Ricardo and Aerosmith that number is hard locked to each other. That's because both cars are currently identical in terms of their components, so what one learns the other benefits from. Hence having both cars running is going to be absolutely vital. So even if we reach 100% track familiarization with Aerosmith, we're going to keep her going because that's going to keep building this car parts familiarization. Okay, we've dropped 2/3 of the session. We've only got 1/3 to go before we start moving on to qualifying. How are we doing for tires? Tires is currently okay, actually. I think we'll probably get one more run out of Aerosmith. And then that'll pretty much be that one. Her run is about to come to an end. Ricardo can basically keep going until the end of the fucking session. Jesus Christ. Yellow flags somewhere. So we need new tires for Aerosmith. And so 13 minutes. So 2 laps. 2 laps is effectively 3 minutes. So 4 is 6. 6 is 9. 8 is 12. So we'll just do up to 10 laps of fuel. And we'll get her out. So we didn't get a notification about what caused that yellow flag. Oh no, we do. So Magnussen had a spin. Let's see what happened there. So the Red Bull following him, and he just absolutely fucking fucks it. Ah, poor Magnussen. He's riding the struggle bus. Fine. So when Ricardo's done this run, we're not basically going to get him out again. But his familiarization is pretty much up there. So yeah, we're pretty much about as good to go as we are going to be for this race. I can't remember if it's if the value of the things are 25, 25, 50, or if it's 50, 25, 25. I can't actually remember. But that is going to do this session. It's going to see us out. Funny thing is, Magnussen used to do karting on a track. There's 8 minutes from you in the car. That's nice to know. That's pretty cool. I think my only connection to the Formula One world is actually in the inaugural Bahraini Grand Prix, the first year it was ever on the calendar. I got to go watch. I was there in the grandstands. So yeah, that's my little bit of trivia. So our preparation is nice. 93%, 92%. That is pretty good going. Ricardo is a much more confident driver, so you can see that 93% puts him in the very good band, but 92% only puts us in the upper end of the meh band for Aerosmith. So, but that's their baseline, so...
We're moving on now to the all-important qualifying session.
Drivers need to get into Q3.
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
With only 10 slots available, it's a fight nobody wants to lose.
In terms of Lance Stroll, how do you think he's doing, Karun?
They weren't as quick as I expected them to be in practice. They'll want to land better lap times than that today to earn a solid position on the starting grid.
Oh, it's Alonso.
Let the competition commence.
Their faces have like a little bit of a Play-Doh quality about them, so yeah, I wasn't you know I wasn't too sure who it was there. Okay, qualifying is going to be pretty important. We're not going to change anything in our setup because we're pretty happy with that. We're going to go on to the softs, and we're just gonna get ready to go. We don't have to worry too much about like the possibility of rain or anything, so we're quite happy with this one. Ricardo gets out first, which is quite important. I'm going to try and give a bit of a gap, and we'll send out Aerosmith as well. I want to bank. This is possibly going to take us a few runs to get right, so I very much want to bank a lap in to start with. So Ricardo's going to be out first. I want to make sure... Okay, it doesn't look like anyone... Okay, Ricardo gets no traffic, so this is perfect for Ricardo. This is going to be absolutely perfect for Ricardo. Let's put us to the sector time. For Aerosmith, I think she is very possibly going to have traffic. Okay, the traffic does get out of the way, so that's not too bad. Okay, Ricardo is here on a flying lap. Let's see what he can do. So we'll stick with him. Remember, you're going to see a lot of purples, but that doesn't matter. Alonso's also on a flying lap, but Alonso does not go faster than Ricardo. Ricardo's doing all right. And he is half a second faster than Aerosmith. Wow, that is quite the difference. So we round out the hairpin for Ricardo. We're going to be coming up to the end of Sector 2 momentarily. Okay, Norris goes the same speed as... So Ricardo's on the same pace as a McLaren for his first attempt. That's alright in my book, to be honest with you. our sector 2 times a 40.6, which Alonso does beat. So we're still overall ahead of Alonso here, which is good. We're ahead of the Aston Martins. This is really good. And Aerosmith is very much off the pace. Bit wide from Ricciardo coming onto the start, finish straight. And he is going to round out the lap with a 130.7. And Alonso can't beat it. Alonso is behind, but what is Norris going to do? This is going to be the interesting thing. So Aerosmith is 1.5 seconds off the pace. Norris is going to be our big benchmark figure for this session, and he crosses the line 0.2 seconds ahead of Ricciardo, which isn't bad for a first effort, but we are on in-lap territory, so let's have all these guys come in. So remember, for why did I turned my microphone off and kept talking? For McLarens, which have a lot of power in the bank, they are... They don't have to go as hard as they can right now. They can save that for later. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Fine. Let's change Ricciardo's tires to another set of softs, and we'll get ready for him to come out again. Where is going to be a good place for Ricciardo to come out? I probably want him in this gap here, so we're going to send him out now. So we're ahead of that car, which is fine. There is another car coming over here. That's fine. I want to try and keep 2 sets of softs. Okay, we've hopefully got a good gap for Ricciardo here. Hopefully. Aerosmith has got a reasonably good gap.
Temperature's coming up.
This is where things can get a bit complicated with traffic. So we'll just need to see how we go. Ricciardo's now on his flying lap, and we're not going to sit and watch every lap of qualifying. We don't go faster, we don't go faster, we don't go faster. Ricciardo has not improved. Aerosmith, on the other hand, is improving. We'll have to see what she can do. There's no improvement for Aerosmith. Okay. Okay, our drivers are going to come in on this. And I think we'll get one more half-decent run out of this. I don't particularly want to put a brand, like what in NASCAR they call a sticker set of tires. I don't particularly want to put a sticker set on, given that we haven't gone faster already. I think we'll probably do just one more run on this used set of tires that are here. We're going to expect more tires, so I just want a very quick turnaround for Ricciardo. I want to, before the traffic comes out, I want this last lap to get in the bank just now. Ricciardo is now in the drop zone. Fine, and we'll do the same for Aerosmith. Okay, now we just have to hope for the best, unfortunately. See what our drivers can happen to pull off. Ricciardo does go faster, slower, and faster to get 16th place. Okay, that was unexpected. Aerosmith is on a lap as well. We're better. We're better. What can we do for Aerosmith? Jesus. Okay, this wasn't quite in the playbook. This was not in the playbook. You've been lurking because phone call, but yay, Aerosmith is back, baby. Hey, Mono, how is it going? Ladies and gentlemen in the chat just now, it's time to I was gonna say name and shame, but that's not really quite what it is. But just to you know, for those of you who pay attention to the chat, you will have seen Mono in our chat quite often during streams, and I'd like to reintroduce Mono as the newest mod here on the Twitch chat. So welcome on in again, Mono. Yeah. But yeah, I thought you might enjoy the fact that we're back to doing some Formula 1 Manager. So this is unanticipated. Oh well, okay, we got kicked out of our P16 position. That is a shame. But for a second there, we were very almost into Q2 on our first ever race. But I think it's been an okay. Jesus fucking Christ! Okay. It takes a bow. You're loving it. Peak Hibble commentary. Wow, that remains to be seen if I'm gonna, you know, resume the kind of chaotic commentary there was before. But yeah, I'm quietly looking forward to being back to doing Formula 1 Manager. So. Okay, so it looks like we actually dropped a couple of places. So we're going to start P20th and 22nd for Ricardo and Aerosmith. Not an entirely unsurprising result. However, it's also worth noting that the previous lap record before this session was a 1:31.08, and all of our drivers, including our own, have beaten that lap record, so that is pretty good. So looking at the Q3 results, we're going to have Charles Leclerc start on pole position, followed by Carlos Sainz and Lando Norris. Down at the Team Potato end of the grid, we have Daniel Ricciardo and Raven Aerosmith bringing up the rear of the field. Now this is quite interesting because in all the times that I have played Formula 1 Manager, whenever I've plucked Daniel Ricciardo out of RB Racing, and I always plug Daniel Ricciardo because he's my boy, it's always been Juan Manuel Carrera that has replaced him. But this time we've got Ayumu Awasa, which is quite interesting. I've not actually seen that before, so yeah, there we go. Fine, so we're going to go over to the race.
Here in Sakir, the floodlights are on, and it's nearly time for 57 laps around the Bahrain International Circuit.
Bahrain has seen some of the most dramatic races in F1, like Sergio Perez's incredible 2020 victory, surging ahead from being last on the opening lap.
Bahrain International Circuit was Formula One's first venue in the Middle East, and is still a calendar favourite. Dusty and challenging, this desert track is a real test of endurance for teams and for drivers. Tension continues to build here as race day begins.
I love the little Hibble F1 gloves. All right, let's get the cam back on. Okay, all right, let's get ready for this one. So I think we can definitely improve these. Fine. I think for Ricardo is our lead driver. So what happens if we push him hard here and then bring this back? Okay, that really slows us up, huh? Okay, well, maybe that's our answer then. Fine, okay, we'll update this. Aerosmith, I kind of, with her being at the back of the grid, we can afford to have her do some interesting things. So I wonder if we... I wonder if we just keep this strategy. Well, actually, hang on. Yeah, okay. Fine. I think we keep this strategy, and by starting on the medium tires, this gives us just that little bit more flexibility with what we can do. We are going to start our drivers with pace, full deploy on ERS, and increased fuel use for a little bit. We are going to under-fuel our cars by 1 lap. So that is going to take us... Yep. So minus 1.9, 1.9, 1.9, and 1.9. Okay, so I will need to do my fuel calculations on the fly. Adjustments limited, this is fine. We're happy with this one. Alright, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to start the Bahrain Grand Prix.
You're witnessing a new chapter in Formula 1 as 11 teams line up on the grid. Here's a determined Sainz lining up on the grid.
A second place start for them today. They'll be aiming for a podium, but could they even sneak the win?
So let's see what today has in store, shall we? This is it. 22 cars on the grid. It's lights out and away we go.
Alright, we are underway. So, it looks like it is a pretty orderly start for both of our drivers. Pierre Gasly has unfortunately got past Daniel Ricciardo, and holy shit, this is a... How the fuck was everything so slow? Jesus Christ, that was really messy. That was real messy. Removing the face cam because of the cinematic will be part of a video for YouTube. No, removing the face cam to not disrupt the cinematic. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. Okay, unfortunately that was a pretty shitty start for both of our drivers. We've got the ERS on deployment. We'll need to see what more our drivers can do by the end of this first lap. Fine. Okay, so I have my fuel calculations up and running. We're going to stop burning fuel now.
Okay, and let's do a small lift off.
Because we have burned quite a lot in terms of fuel so far. And already, unfortunately, Ricciardo is outside of DRS zone on Gasly. That I don't think was entirely expected. But our two drivers are running together, so Aerosmith may be able to jump off of the back of Ricciardo, and we might be able to, you know, do so. Well, actually, DRS is going to be available next lap. Okay, it's a pretty big battle. I like that you can close this down. That's quite nice. It's a shame there's not like a one-off button for closing this down and like just watching the race. Okay, Ricciardo is now up to temperature, so we're going to go back to standard tire use here.
Understood.
And this is going to be it from now on. Daniel Ricciardo is back within 1 second of Pierre Gasly, which is pretty good. We've hit the DRS activation. Did he close up that gap early enough to get the DRS? He did. The DRS is open. This is going to hopefully allow both Ricciardo and Aerosmith to catch up to the back of this gap for 11th place, which bizarrely is led by Hamilton, who is quite a bit off of the pace of the Aston Martin in front of him. as we round out the final corner of the lap to begin lap number 3, we have Lando Norris, who has absolutely stolen number 1 spot from Charles Leclerc, who started on pole, and Verstappen and Perez have climbed to 3rd and 4th. They're actually side by side fighting for that last podium position. Looks like there's lots of side-by-side battles as they come into the first corner, looking pretty dicey with the Ferrari and the McLaren behind. And Ricciardo gets past Gasly. Let's see how this happened. So here they are coming into the final corner, and Ricciardo had it done before they even get onto the start-finish straight, which is pretty good. He would have unlocked the DRS. Indeed, he did. So this allows him to use the DRS to maintain that advantage where Gasly has none. So this is pretty huge for Ricciardo. However, we do now find ourselves 2 seconds off of the pace of Esteban Ocon. So this is going to be a hard one to try and close up the gap for. And indeed, Gasly is trying to squeeze his way past. That was, so there's 3 DRS zones on this lap. That was at the conclusion of the first DRS zone.
Okay.
So that's not great, unfortunately, but we are going to have a chance to pass him again. This is going to be a lot of backwards and forwards for Ricciardo. So Ricciardo is now within 1 second. We have hit the DRS zone, so we are about to open up the DRS, and hopefully this is going to allow us to close that gap, which has just pulled to 1 second. We'll need to see what we can do. And it allows us to bring down the gap by about half a second, which is pretty good. Let's see if we can hang on to the train as we come onto the last and longest of the DRS zones. We're within 1 second, so we get the trigger, but we are now out of ERS. So we're going to put us on a gentle top up for ERS and see what we can't do over the course of the rest of the race. The only thing that is currently concerning me is that Ricciardo's tires are quite hot. They are quite hot. Ricciardo's having to defend from Aerosmith. That's quite interesting. I realise as well that I didn't actually, in driver options, always defend and overtake aggression. Same for Aerosmith. Attempt high-risk overtakes. Let's go for it. So Gasly has now overtaken Zhao, who is nearly a second off of the pace of Gasly and dropping backwards into Ricciardo's grasp, which will hopefully be quite good. At the lead of the race, Lando Norris is leading this gaggle of cars from 1st to 8th, are all within 7 seconds of each other. So this is quite a lineup that we've got going on here. Lance Stroll has just gotten past Hulkenberg for 9th place, and then there's a bit of a train behind, which consists of basically the rest of the cars. One thing that I find quite interesting, having not done Formula 1 manager for a little while, but having had done some iRacing commentary, is that if you've got the right tools for it, iRacing has a camera which decides what the most interesting thing on track is, and then it cuts to that camera. But I have to do this manually. We've got 1st and 2nd side by side and 3rd and 4th side by side. Perez gets past Norris to take the lead of this race, and Charles Leclerc is now down to 3rd, having started this race 1st. So this is quite a messy race for the Ferraris. But despite all of the position changes, there has been no incident, so that 75% of a chance of a safety car is not at the moment particularly materializing, which isn't the worst thing. If we keep on the lead lap, then I have my fuel conservations at the bottom that I just need to bear in mind. But I think being in last place, we are probably going to get lapped at least once before the race is out. Look at Norris jostling at the back. trying to find some way past Perez. That attempt didn't work, and it's actually caused him to drop quite a fair bit back from Perez, which is probably going to fuck him up for the third DRS zone. I don't know whether to call like this the first DRS zone of the lap or the third DRS zone of the lap. Because it's like right over the start-finish line. I have been calling it the third, so I'll probably just stick to that one for clarity. Despite what I just said, Norris does get a good run on Perez. He's gone for the inside line. He's got the inside line, and he is going past to take the lead of this race off of Perez. Perez held it for less than a lap. I can always get my little screenshot fix. I try to avoid doing this too often now. It really does annoy me that you can't like do the H menu to like hide the interface when the game is unpaused, but you know, it is what it is. Over with our drivers, Aerosmith has dropped well off of the pace of Daniel Ricciardo, which is not entirely unexpected. She is using the harder compound tire. She is in a different race to the rest of the cars in front. So this isn't the worst or the most unexpected things. However, Ricciardo is in this fight with the softer tires. He is holding on to his tires quite well, which is going to give us a little bit more leeway in terms of what we can potentially do with our strategy. He does have DRS in the second DRS zone. We'll see if we can use that one to close up on the back of Zhao. Zhao has closed down his 2-second gap on Ocon and is now sitting on Ocon's rear bumper. So this is a three-way fight now for 19th place. It's really weird seeing my Formula 1 cars with Edward Swift on the back as opposed to was it Abros was our main sponsor before. It's kind of weird having the sponsor change, but hey, at least we're doing something different, even if it is only a sponsor. So coming into the final DRS zone, Ricciardo is right on the rear bumper of Zhao. The DRS is open, but so is Zhao's. Can we do this on overspeed alone? It doesn't look like we have that much of an overspeed. The gap isn't coming down any. And Ricciardo indeed just has to slot in behind. Ocon and Zhao are going side by side, which may open up some opportunities for a careful Ricciardo later on. We'll need to see, but for right now that isn't materializing. For the lead of this race, Perez has gotten back into the #1 position, and Norris is about a second, well, about 0.7 seconds adrift. Coming into the second DRS zone, that may change. Ah, that's a beautiful view, isn't it? Look at that. Look at that view. Yeah, Norris is... Norris wasn't really able to close down that gap any on the second DRS zone, but he does remain within 1 second of Sergio Perez in the lead of this race. So that possibly does mean when we get to the start-finish straight, which is the longest DRS zone, that Norris does have an opportunity to overtake. But saying that, Perez has broken DRS range on Norris. Norris has fallen too far back, and as they come out of this final corner, he is not going to get DRS. We can see in the car behind the Ferrari DRS of Leclerc has opened. This is going to allow him to gain some hella overspeed on Norris. He's got the overspeed, he's got the outside line, he's trying to go around the outside, it's wheel to wheel. Oh, but unfortunately Leclerc can't make the overtake happen. He will get another chance at this. Look at that. This game is beautiful. This game actually is really beautiful. Unfortunately, despite having the DRS where Norris did not, Leclerc has not been able to make it happen in the third nor the first DRS zones, but this battle is on with Verstappen in 4th place, trying to find a way past both cars to try and take the #2 position. Further behind, we have got Sainz, who is fighting off Oscar Piastri, who is in turn fighting off Alonso, with George Russell a 1.5 seconds adrift. Hamilton is in 9th place, but he is riding the struggle bus nearly 6 seconds adrift of his teammate, leading a train of, what's that, 6-7 cars, consisting of Stroll, I'm going to forget his name, I'm going to need to write that one down somewhere, Hülkenberg, Albon, Bottas, Tsunoda, and then Magnussen is in 16th place, nearly 2 seconds off the pace. Gasly is, I was going to say, he's almost in a race of his own, but he is actually fighting off and indeed has been passed by Logan Sargent in the Williams, with Gasly now 18th, Ocon 19th, Zhao in 20th, and Ricciardo desperately trying to find a way past back in 21st.
Update on tires, please.
At the very bottom of the grid, 5 seconds off the pace, is Aerosmith, who is in a different race from these guys. So her race is going to come alive at the very end of this race, not in the middle. So this is a very kind of different race experience that we have going on here. Back in the lead of this race, Norris, Perez must have made a little mistake somewhere because Norris is right on his rear wing. But the key question is going to be, can he do anything about it? We have seen both Norris and Leclerc fail to get past under DRS zones before. So we're coming into the second DRS zone of the lap. Perez is not going to have the DRS, but Norris, Leclerc and Verstappen all are. And Norris tries down the inside line. Can he make it work? He's got the world's slightest overlap. And unfortunately, he has to back out of it with Perez going around the outside and retaining that lead place. Looks like Leclerc and Verstappen were having a bit of an ongoing battle for third place that hasn't really paid off. Carlos Sainz is trying to get past Piastri before we get into the third DRS zone. We'll see if he can make it happen. He's with a 0.2, then 0.3. He's going to have the DRS. This is possibly going to be an overtake down the start-finish straight. It depends how good a run he can get. He has dropped back from 0.1 seconds to 0.5 seconds. So we've dropped 0.3 of a lap. The DRS is open. They are side by side, but he thinks better. Oh no, I was going to say he thinks better of it, but he tries the outside line, makes it work, very almost clips Piastri's front wing, but somehow manages to soldier his way past Oscar Piastri to take 5th place from him. It's going to be game on for Alonso to see if he can find a way past Piastri as well. Norris, and didn't quite see how it happened, but Norris has taken lead of this race from Perez. Perez has been running his tyres pretty hard in order to try and maintain his gap to Norris, and it hasn't paid off. Norris has more tyre life and now the lead of this race, but it is going to be all on Norris to defend until we get into the first round of pit stops. How are we looking? I was looking at numbers here. Hülkenberg, I don't know what he's been doing, but Hülkenberg in the Haas has been absolutely ripping up his tyres to try and retain his position. He is undoubtedly going to have to be the first one in the pit lane because he is burning through tyres like nobody's business, which is crazy. And we see that, and Yuki Tsunoda does manage to get past with his fresher mediums, his grippier mediums, given the tire wear that we have in play. And yeah, I am surprised to see he's burned more than 10% more of his tire life than anyone else. Up in the front, it has become a bit of a jamboree. We saw Leclerc briefly retake the lead of this race. Norris from the number 1 spot is now down in 3rd, with Perez having resumed the lead of the race by more than half a second to the good now. The lead of this race just seems to be absolutely crazy. Down at the potato end of the grid, Ricciardo has unfortunately dropped back off Zhao's pace. So this is possibly going to have to be a strategy job now.
In front, so.
Fine. Let's keep.
8 seconds.
let's keep our eye on this battle for the lead. So in the second CRS zone, Charles Leclerc, having been on pole position to start off this race, finally gets back into the lead for hopefully what is going to be a sizable portion of today's race. He hopes. He hopes and Perez does not hope. They are going to have the challenge of the next DRS zone, which is the longest, but Leclerc's overtake has been decisive, and within half a lap, Leclerc has broken the DRS zone to Perez, which is going to put him at risk from Lando Norris and Max Verstappen behind. The DRS is going to be open on both of those cars. We can see Verstappen is already jostling for an overtaking position, as is Norris. Is almost 3 wide into the first corner. Low wheel bash there, wheel bash there. Hopefully the cars have continued without damage, but it did look like there was almost some you know, side-to-side contact there. Down the first DRS zone, Norris is again going for the overtake. He wants his second place from Perez, who, having had a commanding lead of the race just a few laps ago, seems to now be quite considerably struggling to get by. And Perez now slots into third place. Actually, look at the difference. There's nearly 10% tire usage difference between these two cars. Leclerc and Norris are quite evenly matched for tire use, but both Red Bull racing cars are riding the struggle bus on their soft tires. Once you start getting into the 50% tire usage range, that's when you really start seeing a performance difference on the tires compared to tires that have more grip. And then once you hit 30%, that is the start of the cliff. So the performance drops off it very, very dramatically. Trying to see if there's anything interesting going on elsewhere in the grid. I thought this was maybe the startings of a little overtake here. So we've got Yuki Tsunoda in 13th place, who's trying to queue up Lance Stroll for an overtake. He's trying to he's trying to get into Lance Stroll's head, which is quite good. We do have what looks like an overtake attempt coming up over here. The other RB racing car is going to have DRS coming into the start-finish straight, going for 10th place on Alexander Albon. This would be good for us because Williams are probably going to be one of our competitors for points later in the season. So if they don't get to 10th place here, and indeed under DRS, the other RB racing car, whose name I am definitely going to have to write down, does complete the overtake on Alexander Albon. Unfortunately, Yuki Tsunoda in the 13th place RB has had to back off, but looking at the tire life of Lance Stroll's car, he's going to have another overtaking opportunity very, very soon. Speaking of tire life, Hülkenberg with his 39% tires is facing coming into the pits probably within the next 3 or 4 laps to have to get a new set of tires. This is going to be quite an interesting race for them. Let's see if we can go to neutral deployment use for our drivers here. So what I need to do here, let's look at the leaders. So the leaders are doing 2.5 seconds faster than both of our drivers. And they are, so we are 38 and 46 out of a 138. So
Update on tires when you can, please.
25 laps.
Still has soft tag.
Cool. So I reckon that Ricardo is going to get lapped within 25 laps, and Aerosmith is going to get lapped within 20 laps, 20 laps. So that is my race prediction for the moment. Stroll, for some reason or other, who wasn't one of the ones who was Yeah, Stroll was not one of the ones who was really struggling on his tyres, but he has stopped for, I don't know what my voice crack there was, Jesus. I don't know why, but he has stopped for a new set of soft tyres. He's come out directly behind Aerosmith, so hopefully the longer the Aerosmith can hold him up, the better. However, Lance Stroll does have newer tyres, softer tyres, grippier tyres. I have no doubt that he is going to get past before too long, but the more damage we can do to Stroll's race, the better potential opportunities we have in the future. I'm keeping my eyes on Hulkenberg tyres. He's holding on with his teammate Magnussen, but yeah, look at that tyre percentage difference between the two racers there. Oh, there we go. Interestingly enough, Ricciardo has gotten past Logan Sargent. Let's see how that happened. Was that a DRS pass? I'm not actually sure that it was. Oh no, it was. So it was a DRS pass at the very, very end of what I think is the second DRS zone. We managed to get past. We managed to get past Logan Sargent to take 20th place, which is pretty good. And Stroll has wasted no time in getting past Aerosmith. This wasn't a particular surprise to us. We knew it was going to happen. The fact that it only took half a lap, fine. It is what it is. It is what it is. Logan Sargent does have pretty scuffed tyres compared to Daniel Ricciardo. Over at the lead of this race, we did see things start to get string out. Charles Leclerc has a very commanding lead of this race over Perez. Norris is within the 1 second for DRS range, but barely, and Verstappen is right on his rear bumper. And indeed, Carlos Sainz, who had previously been quite a bit adrift, has now managed to clamber up to the back of the what is this now, fight for second place. Alonso's kind of in a race of his own in 6th place, with Piastri in 7th, George Russell in 8th-ish, maybe. Is Hamilton going to get around the outside? Oh, it's neck and neck between them, and Hamilton does get around the outside to take 8th place. George Russell is now in a corrected 9th with the number 41 car. I'm just gonna call him number 41 until I can learn his name. Is in a race of his own in 10th place. Yuki Tsunoda is in 11th from Alexander Albon, Valtteri Bottas, Magnussen, Hulkenberg, Zhao, Ocon and Gasly are fighting for 17th place, which will hopefully allow for Daniel Ricciardo to close up on this and maybe affect an overtake, although looking at the tyre percentage, I think it's going to be a little bit risky. Logan Sargent has been burning his tyres quite significantly, which is why he is probably not going to be able to catch up to Ricciardo again. And Hulkenberg, with his very wounded tyres, has finally come into the pit lane, so we'll have to see where he comes out.
Understood.
And Hibble F1 is getting ready for our first round of pit stops. So Hulkenberg is going to come out a quite decided 22nd place. We'll need to see where he emerges. So he is 8 seconds adrift of Aerosmith, and he's gone on to the medium. He does have fresher medium, so he's probably still going to catch up to Aerosmith, but it is going to take him for a little while to do so. And I think Hulkenberg is probably about competitive with our team, so we want to try and defend from him the best we can. We're not expecting Aerosmith in for her pit stop until lap 24, and then again on lap 41 for the moment. We do want to try and pay attention to the fact that there is risks of safety cars, although we haven't seen any, not even a yellow flag this race.
Honestly, I don't think we can do much more.
Oh, well, after saying that Logan Sargent was very unlikely to catch up to Daniel Ricciardo on the DRS with an amazing run out of the turn into the second DRS zone, he gets clean past Daniel Ricciardo, which was very, very unexpected. Come on. Yeah, that is very unexpected, and We are going to be keeping our eyes on Daniel Ricciardo to see if he can get his way past Logan Sargent. Lance Stroll, with his 90% soft tires, has caught right back up to the side of Daniel Ricciardo. So if I was Ricciardo, what I would do is I would have Stroll go past, and hopefully use the commotion of Stroll going past to try and find an opportunity past, oh god, that is wheel to wheel. That is really wheel to wheel. Yeah, look at that.
Understood.
So Stroll is still trying to find his way past Daniel Ricciardo. They both have DRS. Stroll does have the inside line, and Stroll does get down the inside. Not entirely unexpected. Let's hope that Ricciardo can keep on the back bumper of Lance Stroll, while Stroll finds his way past Logan Sargent. We will be coming up into our window very, very soon. Verstappen's now diving into the pit lane. I suspect actually that Logan Sargent's probably going to have to bail off into the pit lane very, very soon anyway, with his only 32% tires. If he doesn't come into the pit lane this time around, he is going to hit the cliff. He is going to hit the cliff, which is going to slow him up considerably and hopefully allow Daniel Ricciardo past. If we can get past before he comes into the pits, then this is all the better for us. But it kind of needs to be now, because otherwise we are really, really in danger of our race being held up by this slow car. Ricciardo can't get past. That wasn't DRS, that was just purely on pace. But Sargent does come into the pits, and that is going to free Ricciardo for a lap. And this is going to put us, I think, into our pit lane window. It doesn't, but we're actually going to pit. We're going to pit this lap. So let's come in for a new set of softs. And we're not going to change anything else. So we're going to start this early. So box, box, box. Full attack, full deploy. Let's try and capitalize on this best that we can and see where we come out. Most people have been in for their pit stops now. I think the only ones that haven't are our leader Charles Leclerc, Carlos Sainz on the medium. Oh, actually, there's quite a lot that haven't, to be honest. Okay, I guess I jumped the gun with that one. Okay, Leclerc does now come in for the pits, and hang on, did I see something? Yeah, okay. So looking here, let's see. So quite a few cars are choosing to do their medium tire stint in the middle, which is going to be quite interesting because this is going to mean that Aerosmith may potentially be one of the only drivers who is on the softs come the end of the race. So what I said earlier with her race coming alive later on into the race is going to be, you know, actually quite true. So we'll have to see how this goes. But it's all eyes on Hibble F1 for the moment because Ricciardo is now rounding his the final corner and into the pit lane. Our team is poised and ready, but this is our first ever competition pit stop. Let's see how it goes. So it's a good stop. A 2.5 is a pretty good stop for Hibble F1. I don't think we'll get on the top 10 ladder for it, but that is a not bad stop. This puts us, that puts us right ahead of Sargent. Okay, that's pretty good going. Let's go aggressive to get our tires up to temperature. And we will try and keep ahead of Logan Sargent, who is in last place. This is actually quite good that we've come out ahead of Sargent. I wasn't necessarily anticipating this, but this is pretty good going. This is pretty good going. So we had another round of pit stop from the leaders. So Saints, the two RB racing cars, and Aerosmith are now the only ones who haven't pitted as yet, which is quite interesting. We've got yellow flags somewhere. Sector 3. Yeah, what happened with the yellow flags?
And here we've got a yellow flag.
Crash involving multiple cars. So this is Oscar Piastri from 9th place.
Tries to get by.
Oh, looks like he got hit from behind.
Together.
Are they going to get going again, or are we going to have to go safety car here? No, yellow flags have been rescinded, but Alonso and Piastri have received damage from that crash. So that is quite interesting. Bottas with his newer tyres does get past Aerosmith. However, amazingly, because of the that crash between Alonso and Piastri, both of those cars have had to dive into the pit lane, which is quite fascinating to see. So that's our first crash of the season. And Piastri is driving a very heavily damaged car, so this is quite a fascinating change to the race order now. Piastri now comes down into 17th place, having come out of the pit lane 9th, having made a second stop. So that is quite interesting. Our tires are up to temperature. We're going to drop back to standard use, and we're going to flick back to neutral for Ricardo. Ricardo is, we're down in 21st place, but we've joined this gaggle for 19th place. We might be able to do something with this, but I don't want to commit too much too soon. Aerosmith with her, I guess.
Not gone right in the pits.
Ooh, there's been a pit stop issue for Sainz, so everyone else seems to be having some trouble, but not us. Oh, it's the front left. The front left is riding the struggle bus.
I cannot believe it.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, everyone is having copious misfortunes, but not us. Zhao attempted an overtake on Pierre Gasly there. However, this whole infighting has caused Logan Sargent to catch up to the back of us. Oh goodness! I was trying to see how bad the damage was to Piastri's car, but look at that. His rear wing has been absolutely torn. Goodness gracious, that is going to really affect his ability to have good downforce in his car. Fascinating injury to his car. Very weird that this has happened. I wish we got to see another angle on this, on that crash. Magnussen with his newer and softer tires does get past Aerosmith. We're not too concerned about that. Again, we are in a very different race to these guys, although we are about to come into our pit lane window for Aerosmith. And let's see what is happening here. Gasly. Oh, Gasly directly in front of Daniel Ricciardo has developed a mechanical fault. Let's look at the cameras and see if we can't find out what it is.
Why am I clipping so much more?
Okay, I don't know what clipping is in the context of Formula 1 racing. But this may hopefully allow Ricciardo to gain ground on Ricardo.
Sargent DRS now.
Okay, so for keeping on the lead lap. So for keeping on the lead lap, our fuel use needs to be within 1.2. And we are 1.4, so we just need to bear this in mind that we may need to save fuel. Although I'm currently expecting both of our cars to get overtaken before the end of this race. Logan Sargent is right on the back of Ricciardo. This I wasn't expecting at all. Coming into the start-finish straight, Sargent is going to get DRS activation, whereas Ricciardo doesn't. Ricciardo does have softer tyres, but they're about evenly matched for tyre wear. The only thing that is a saving grace for us, I suppose, is the longer that Sargent is kept behind us, the more tyres he has to burn to try and pass Ricciardo, which means his stint is going to get compromised later into the run. Such is Piastri's woes that Zhao has managed to catch right up on the back of the very wounded Oscar Piastri. But Piastri is in turn catching up to the tail end of Raven Arrowsmith, which is not entirely unexpected. Not entirely unexpected. Oh, we should cut that a little bit sooner as a screenshot. Okay. Clipping in this context is when the hybrid system runs out of energy at the end of a straight. So the MG UK goes into harvesting mode in case. Right. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. So Piastri with his wounded McLaren is right on the tail end of Arrowsmith. This could all prove very, very interesting because as Arrowsmith holds up Oscar Piastri, this is going to allow Zhao and Gasly to catch up to the back of them. And if this then becomes a multi-vehicle fight, which I'm hoping that it does, this could very potentially allow Ricciardo to close down this 2-second gap and come in. Alonso is coming in for his drive-through penalty, which he has now served, but he is still rocking damage as well. So drive-through penalty served. You can't do any work on the car during a drive-through penalty. So no change in tyres, but he does have a nice set of soft tyres. I expect this is going to allow him to catch up to Sargent and then Ricciardo before too long. We've got yellows again. We don't know why. Hulkenberg runs wide.
Now
that is going to hurt his tyres.
And that's where they slightly run
He
off
just-
the track.
He
And you
slightly.
really can't do that so often with these cars.
Fucking slightly. God, he took a holiday in Florida. Jesus Christ. So Ricciardo is borderline within 1 second of catching up to Gasly. This strategy is working quite well for us. Piastri cannot find a way past Raven Arrowsmith, which is allowing Zhao and Gasly to really stack up on the back of Piastri. And this is allowing Ricciardo to now be within 1 second of this train coming into the DRS zone. Arrowsmith holds on to 16th place still, but now Zhao gets past the injured Oscar Piastri, who is going to be absolutely seething within his helmet. How sweet he wants to get closer to the fans in the stand. Yeah, that makes sense. So when I was here for Formula 1, what is the second? Hang on, I'll turn off the camera. What is the second DRS zone was actually the original start-finish straight. So you know how times have changed. Ricciardo has interestingly found a way past Gasly, which is quite interesting. But it is now pit stop time for Arrowsmith. So let's get off these wounded set of medium tires and come in for a set of softs, and as we do that we are going to full attack. So Ricciardo is now desperately trying to find a way past Oscar Piastri for 18th place, and he does it on the DRS zone. Piastri's got no answer except to slot into 19th place, and Gasly and Sargent are fighting behind him. What a fight this is. Piastri ends up splitting them, and Gasly takes 19th place. This isn't necessarily great for us, because if we could have kept Gasly behind Piastri for another lap or two, that would have been pretty good. Arrowsmith is going to come into her to the pits, so Ricciardo isn't going to have to spend too long behind her, which is probably for the best. With 1 second drift, he's probably going to be able to close the gap up, but hopefully this isn't going to become a team-on-team fight. What lap are we? Has anyone been? No, nobody at all has been lapped yet. Alonso, interestingly, is still adrift of Logan Sargent. I expected him to get caught up a lot faster than that. I'm just keeping an eye on this inter-team battle for just now, because I'm really keen for Ricciardo not to get ganked by the fact that Aerosmith is on slow and damaged tyres. But honestly, the ERS use and burning the remaining rubber seems to have helped. Aerosmith is going to peel into the pit lane just now for her first set of softs. So we're just going to keep an eye on this. That's a nice story, Grandma. Let's get you to bed. Wow. Wow, Mono. Wow. God, I was a kid back then. That was a very long time ago. 2.7 seconds. That was a lot slower than Ricciardo's stop, but not the worst thing in the world. Again, we are on a different race to these guys, so this is still quite good. So we're gonna come out and we're gonna put us to aggressive and neutral. So I'm just keeping a hold of our fuel levels because I kind of. It's going to be reasonably marginal. So I've got it at the end of the lap 30s before our cars get overtaken. So I'm not going to worry too much about fuel burn or conservation at the moment. Aerosmith comes in stone dead last. However, she does have the wounded Piastri and Alonso to catch up to, so we'll see how this goes. They're both sporting damage, so here's hoping that Aerosmith can bring down that gap. Ricciardo is up into 17th place, trying desperately to get past Zhao. Where are we? He's going to have the DRS zone, so he tried a little jink down the inside, but that didn't work. That did compromise his exit into the start-finish straight, but he does have the DRS. It is going to be wide open. He's going to have a reasonably good run, but is it going to be enough to pass Zhao? He tries down the inside, and in the end, he has to back out of it. He's going to try the outside. Oh, it's wheel to wheel. God, that was closer than I would have liked. That was a lot closer than I would have liked. Oh, but amazingly, Ricciardo gets a double DRS. He gets the double DRS to extend his gap from Zhao ever so slightly. We just need to cement this, so we are up into 16th place. Ricciardo's going to be feeling pretty fucking good about now, and he is peak. He is peak as can be. Aerosmith is kind of meh, which is to probably be expected, but here's hoping that Ricciardo can use this peak performance to extend this gap to Zhao just a little bit. How are we doing for a lap? So within 10 seconds of getting lapped. So my prediction for Aerosmith was lap 33 for getting lapped, and Ricciardo lap 37. So we'll see how that polishes up. I haven't recalculated that recently, so that might have changed. But we'll just have to see how we go. We're quite lucky we didn't get a safety car there. Taking stock of this race as we come into what is basically the halfway mark. Max Verstappen is somehow in the lead of this race, despite having not really been fighting for the lead what feels like at any point during the race. And as I say that, Leclerc just nips past him with the DRS zone. So it is going to be on Verstappen now to close down through the final complex in order to capitalise on the third DRS zone of this race. Norris is in third place in a race of his own, with Perez in fourth. Carlos Sainz is on his own in 5th, as is Hamilton, as is Russell, Stroll, Tsunoda, Car 41, I feel terrible but I just can't remember his name, Albon, Bottas, Magnussen. Hulkenberg is the first other battle that we have on the racetrack for 14th place, fighting off Esteban Ocon. Zhao is in 16th place, fighting off Ricciardo. They seem to be having a little bit of a back and forth going on. Alonso is on his own, as in Sargent, as is Gasly.
Update on tires.
Followed by what I presume is going to be Piastri, Alonso, and then Aerosmith bringing up the rear. Oh, Alonso actually, sorry. No, sorry. Alonso's in 18th place. almost on the back of Daniel Ricciardo, who is trying to get past Zhao. So that was DRS at the end of the second DRS zone, and he makes it work. So Zhao gets past on the first DRS zone, Ricciardo gets past on the second DRS zone. Huge. Huge. And such is Ricciardo in his peak performance. He's almost pulled out a full second from Zhao. He's now got Alonso all over the back of him, trying to take that 17th place from him. Alonso's got the DRS. He's thinking about the inside line, but doesn't really want to try it. And Alonso is going to have to retain his 18th position as they come round this corner. Zhao, by contrast, with the DRS, is once again right on the back of Ricciardo's rear wing. We'll need to see what we can do with this. Ricciardo isn't bowing to the pressure. We're going to let Zhao just burn his soft tires as much as we can, and we're going to try and keep a hold of this position. Can I see previous stints? No, I can't. No, I can't. Coming into the first complex, otherwise internally known as the hairpin complex, Ricciardo is pulling away, allowing Alonso to close up on Zhao. Both Alonso and Zhao are going to get DRS into the second zone, but Alonso is much closer to Zhao, so Zhao is going to have to defend. Can Alonso make anything of it? No. This is kind of perfect for us. The more that Alonso can fight Zhao without getting past, this is going to slow him up. And allow Ricciardo to hopefully get away and focus on closing down this gap to Esteban Ocon in 15th place. Aerosmith, as a friendly reminder, is still in a different race to these guys, although maybe not Oscar Piastri at this point. However, that is a McLaren. However, the leaders are fighting side by side, coming up to the blue flags for Aerosmith. So this is going to be fascinating, seeing how Aerosmith as a back marker is going to play into the fight for the lead of the race with Leclerc and Verstappen. Occasionally wheel to wheel and otherwise just DRSing, trying to get past each other. Aerosmith has the blue flags. She gets past. Can we... No, okay. Trying to see if there's a... No. Okay. Alright. Aerosmith did the sensible thing and got out the way in a very, very sensible place, which allowed the leaders to get past very much uninterrupted. They are absolutely neck and neck between Verstappen and Leclerc. Approximately evenly matched on tyres, certainly tyre choice, but not so much tyre wear. Verstappen has made it work, although his tyres have 10% less life than Charles Leclerc's do. In terms of our battle with Ricciardo, it is still status quo, so Ricciardo is in 16th place. He has brought the gap to Ocon down by half a second. Zhao and Alonso are still fighting, and poor Sargent with his medium tyres is not able to capitalise. Piastri is also really riding the struggle bus with his very wounded McLaren, but despite that, Aerosmith is not going to be able to capitalise. So this all happened maybe 3 laps faster than I thought it was going to, but Aerosmith is now lapped, which means we can keep to minus 1.6 for fuel use. So what are we on? We're on lap 30, so minus 1.7 is our target for the moment. So let's push the engine and yeah,
No problem.
keep going.
Coming now.
Oh, and Zhao has finally found a way past Ricciardo. Let's see how it happened.
Is the focus here. There's the opening.
There it is. So it is DRS down the start, finish straight. Can't make it past on the inside, but does go around the outside. A little bit of wheel into side pod bumping going on, but both cars managed to continue undamaged, and it is now going to be on Ricciardo to try and get past. However, Zhao, who was evenly matched with Ricciardo on tyre wear before, has had to use quite a fair bit of tyre in order to effect that overtake. So here's hoping we can now capitalise in order to try and get past.
So bien joué, Alonso.
Despite this, I mean, 17th place is still pretty good for our first race in Formula 1. So, how are we working? So, Alonso has DRS. Ricardo also had DRS there, trying to catch up to Zhao. And I think with the exception of the leaders battle, there's not too much going on. Might actually go for a little bit of time acceleration. Ricardo is actually starting to drop back from Zhao, possibly because of the threat from Alonso, which is not so much of a threat as it is an active attack. He does get past on the DRS down the inside. Ricardo's going to have no choice but to slot in behind. However, Ricardo is going to have the DRS into the first DRS zone. So we come around the first little mini complex. The DRS opens straight away. And here's hoping we can use the DRS to follow Alonso as he catches up to Zhao. Alonso in the Aston Martin is a much faster car, so we are probably going to expect him to finish up, you know, maybe another 5 places up the field. But for just now, we will just have to see how this goes. Ricardo is still feeling pretty good about things, all things considered. Have we been lapped yet? Okay, no, only Aerosmith has been lapped. For Ricardo, we were predicting this happens around lap 37. So we still expect this to happen. And then, well, not only did Alonso manage to catch up to Zhao, he gets clean pass within half a lap. So look at that, crazy how nature do that. However, Alonso could use the toe, no, not from Alonso, Ricardo could use the toe on Alonso to help close down that distance. So yes, Alonso has already gotten past Zhao, however, Ricardo is now right on the back of Zhao and in a prime position to make a DRS pass this time around. So Zhao's DRS is open, but as is Ricardo's.
Next car, Zoo.
We are gaining. We're gaining, but I think we're just too far back to actually make anything of it, which is unfortunate. Gasly doesn't have DRS, so he is not really able to make much progress, which is a good thing because it means Ricardo doesn't have to defend. Zhao is going for an attack on Alonso, which is going to force Alonso to defend. And that is going to slow up these two cars, which may potentially provide an opportunity for Ricardo to steal 17th place off of one of them. Further back at the field, Aerosmith has taken 4 seconds out of Piastri, which is a bit surprising actually. I didn't quite expect that, although I did just realise that we have been keeping our tyre use quite high. So that's potentially going to be a smidgen of an issue. Yeah, that's potentially going to be a smidgen of an issue. Oh, shit, I wasn't paying attention. Ricardo gets past Zhao. Let's see how that happened. So this is the second DRS zone. Ricardo will have his DRS open, and we can see Zhao didn't. And Ricardo uses the curb on the inside to get past for 17th place. Alrighty. Nice. You'll hear that a lot. You guys will hear that a lot. So Ricardo takes 17th place, leaving Zhao to be the one to have to take it back off him. In terms of other fights, we have Ocon, who is trying to get past Magnussen. Magnussen's tyre wear is getting pretty low, so this is going to potentially force him to burn some of his tyre and come in for an early pit stop. Norris in 3rd place is also really struggling for tyres. And for just now, Verstappen has his DRS open for the lead of this race. It might end up being side by side. I think Verstappen's going to try the outside line into the first corner, which will give him the inside line for the second. But unfortunately, Leclerc covers off the line very well, allowing Verstappen to remain behind him. Second DRS zone is going to go straight. So this was the end of the first DRS zone, and he can't get past there either. So Leclerc seems very secure in the lead of the race for the moment. Looking back at our drivers, it looks like Ricciardo has broken the 1 second gap to Zhao, but hadn't done it before he got the DRS. So now as they come into the final little complex before the back straight and then the start finish straight, it is going to be on Ricciardo to try and eke out this gap a little bit. And if we can avoid Zhao getting, actually Ricciardo, use your ERS.
You can use overtake.
Use ERS. Use ERS. If we can prevent, nice. Okay. I was gonna say if we can prevent Zhao from being within that 1 second gap, that would have been huge. However, unfortunately, we can't. Magnussen, with his somewhat defective tires, has gone into the pit lane for a tire change. This puts Ricciardo into a temporary 17. We are going to keep using our ERS, just use it as much as you have it, and we are going to try and hold on to the 16th place until Zhao goes into the pits. Our next pit stop is not going to be in too long, so I'm actually keen to start burning some fuel, because I suspect that when we come out of this pit stop, we are going to be lapped. In fact, I think that's a certainty. We do have yellow flags somewhere.
Front locking on big understeer there.
And it was Logan Sargent. Logan Sargent in 19th place had a bit of a lock up. Let's see what happened.
The brakes couldn't cope. Just unable to control the car by that point.
It's a very slight lock up, but it is going to damage his tire percentage. On the mediums as well, that's quite harmful. With the softs, you're already doing a shorter stint anyway, so, you know, that's not too bad. And Ricciardo is 2 seconds adrift from Zhao. That is... God, that's pretty good. Pretty good. We're actually probably going to keep this overtake on. And we are going to hold on to... We're going to try and hold on to these tires for Aerosmith. Because I'm quite a bit worried about... I'm quite a bit worried about the tire use on this stint.
Okay, understood.
Ricciardo has ran out of battery. In fact, we're actually going to tell Aerosmith to just deploy it as you've got it. We're not really holding it. There's no point in us holding on to it for anything at the moment. Although, actually, no, we're 6 seconds off the pace. No, change of plan. Let's hold on to it. Let's build up the battery. And then when we go on to our last stint, we might be able to do something with this. Oscar Piastri, in his wounded 21st place McLaren, is potentially within overtaking distance of Magnussen. I'm not really sure how the DRS works, given his car is so badly wounded. It is at least going to affect his ability to use DRS effectively, because you kind of need a good run coming out of your corners, and with that extensive damage to his rear wing, he isn't going to be able to really get the best run out of corners because of a lack of downforce. I forget quite how this works, but the rear wing attaches directly to the gearbox of a Formula 1 car. So unlike the front wing, you cannot change the rear wing mid-session, or I think there's some weird way that you can, but it takes about a minute to do in a pit stop, which basically is just going to completely destroy your race. Ricciardo is going strong in 16th place. We are burning fuel. We need to kind of keep within 1.6. But we will be coming in for our pit stop soon, and I'm pretty confident that when we come out of our pit stop...
Okay, so in front of you is Hülkenberg.
Zhao is actually going to be our guinea pig for this, because I think when he comes out, he is probably going to be lapped. Or maybe not, actually. So Zhao is behind us. So here's the leaders now.
Keep going with the lift off.
Zhao's still in the pits. Zhao is moving again. And is he going to get lapped? Is he going to get lapped? So just no, but he did come out right in front of the leaders. Oh, I was like, how did this happen? But the leaders have pitted twice, which is why. So Aerosmith has actually unlapped herself, but Zhao has now been lapped. Okay, right, fine. Here we go. Fine. So I'm quite happy to burn that fuel that we did there. We'll be burning tires soon. Ricardo is catching up to Hulkenberg. We'll need to see if he can pass.
Next one is Hülkenberg.
And Hamilton in 6th place is chasing down Lando Norris. Lando Norris did switch to medium tires. They are significantly newer tires, but it'll be down to Hamilton to see if he can effect an overtake into 5th place. Albon was also quite low on his tires, and he's dived into the pit lane. This is the first race of the year, and William might be scoring points in this. This is quite a good run from these guys. So we'll need to see how this all plays out. We are in our optimal range for a pit stop. So we're going to pit now, and we need to go onto medium in order to satisfy the different dry compound rule. So we are going to go onto our medium stint. So let's just,
Box.
let's just get on in as best as we can. Ricardo, let's see, where are we here? So right now, if there is a safety car, now, I'm going to pit Aerosmith no matter what happens. Interestingly, Ricardo manages to get clean past Hulkenberg. I kind of missed how it happened because I was focusing on some strategy. But yeah, I think when Ricardo comes out of this, we are going to be we're going to be lapped, which means I don't have to worry too much about the fuel usage. My mandatory limit has to be minus 1.9, and my recommended limit is minus 1.6 according to my fuel calculation. What is the puncture territory in this game? The puncture territory is a factor of debris on track and also tire wear. So if no cars have crashed, there is a constant chance that you can get a puncture, but it is pretty low. But once you start dipping below 30%, you get increasing chances of a puncture. It's kind of exponential, so like 35% to 25% isn't that much of a difference change, but like 10% to 5% is a massive percentage change, and then once your tires reach 0%, they basically puncture. So Alonso completes his pit stop. Let's see what our guys can do. Oh, it's a slow stop. Oh, it's a really slow stop. Oh, that's tragic.
Alrighty.
Fuck, that has just ruined our race in its entirety. Fuckity, fuck.
On next car will be Piastri. 3 seconds.
Okay, let's go back to neutral ERS use, and we are not quite lapped yet, but we will be imminently.
20 laps to go.
20 laps to go. Here are the leaders behind us. I don't know what's with the lighting that's giving it like the cars a weird blue tinge sometimes. Anyway, Piastri is driving a wounded car, so here's hoping we can possibly take this 18th place. Ricardo's now getting the blue flag, so he lets the drivers pass. That does unfortunately compromise him into the pit lane. God, that was a lot closer than I would have liked. Jesus Christ. That was hella messy. Hella messy. Ricardo does, at least, despite the blue flags, get DRS, because you can still get DRS when you are blue flagged. I guess that is to encourage you to use your, when you're blue flagged, to do it responsibly and get out the way in a sensible position, i.e. before the start of a big straight. Fine. Zhao is trying to find a way past Aerosmith. This is Zhao going until the end of the race. So again, the longer we can keep him behind, the better this is going to be. And I think Piastri is going to have to stop again. Piastri and Sargent are going to have to stop again. So Aerosmith's battle is with Piastri, Sargent, and maybe Hulkenberg if he gets a really shit pit stop. Hamilton for 5th place is in the pit lane. The battle for 1st place is really, really heating up between Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc. Where are we? Also, this battle for 15th place between Magnussen and Sargent is proving to be quite interesting. I was hoping Daniel Ricciardo would be able to close up a little bit better onto the tail end of Piastri, but that doesn't seem to be happening so much. I mean, I say that and then he takes out half a second. Actually, the gap, it's a full second. We're down to within 1 second. So potentially within a couple of laps, we could be fighting for 18th place, which would be pretty good going.
What's that?
Oh.
A pit stop issue.
Yuki Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda has a pit stop issue. Let's see what happened there. Can't really see, but it looks like the rear right is riding the struggle bus like a champ. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Fair to swear there, fair to swear there. So that puts Tsunoda out in 12th place. So that's really harmed his race. Well, 12th and then back up to 11th. That has really, really put a damper on his race. Well, actually, to be fair, I say that, but a few of these guys have still got to pit, so this is quite interesting. Carlos Sainz with his well-worn soft tyres is really struggling to hold off Charles Leclerc as he tries to resume lead of this race. And Lando Norris. No, wait, is that Piastri? Was that Piastri fighting with Ricciardo? I think it was. Gasly is trying to get past Piastri now. Oh, so Ricciardo. It was Ricciardo fighting Piastri. So Ricciardo. I didn't even see the DRS open there. Yeah, I did not see the DRS open and close. So Ricciardo gets past Piastri on merit. I say merit, it is a wounded McLaren. But Ricciardo does get past to take 18th place. And then Gasly is trying to get past as well. Now, the more that Piastri can keep Gasly behind him, the better this will be for us. But we will just need to see. So we need to complete this 3rd round of pit stops. We're managing our tires quite well. Lap 41 is going to be our lap to stop. So we have a lap and a half to go. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to commit the pit stop now. Pit stop next lap. Boom. And let us go to attack, attack, attack. Ricciardo has now been lapped, so we no longer have to worry about fuel use here. We want to keep it at minus 1.6, so that is our safety margins for the race. So let's burn fuel just a little bit. And we'll try and keep Gasly behind. Unfortunately, Piastri wasn't able to keep Gasly behind.
Let's stop, please.
Cheers.
Yeah. Oh god, and Gasly is coming. Gasly wants that 18th place. Oh, he hella wants that 18th place. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. Okay, he's got the DRS. Gasly's trying the outside line. He's got the overlap. Ricciardo's trying to keep it, but he is going to have the inside line, and unfortunately we lose the position to Gasly.
Alrighty.
We are burning some excess fuel to try and overtake him, and indeed we do. Let's just deploy our ERS to try and maintain that gap. We're going to keep burning fuel. 1.9 is our, delta NE, delta never exceed. So we can keep burning fuel for a little bit more, and we're going to use ERS and fuel to try and eke out this gap on Gasly, try and keep it decisively more than 1 second away. Gasly is being blue flagged by Red Bull of Verstappen, which is going to put him behind. You can see he lost 2 seconds in that maneuver, but remember the same thing could just as easy happen to us, so we need to keep that one in mind. Aerosmith is now half a lap away from coming in for fuel. No, that doesn't happen in Formula 1 anymore. Coming in for her new set of tyres. And yeah, the people who we are racing with haven't come in yet. So there we go, confirmation of 15 laps to go. We're going to be the first to pit. Remember, it is Sargent and... actually, probably just Sargent who we're fighting with. Hulkenberg is going to be way too far ahead. Aerosmith comes into the pit lane now, and we ideally need a good pit stop. We're going to go back to balanced fuel use for Ricardo.
Need a little bit more lift off if you can, please.
And we can't use any more fuel the rest of the race for Ricardo, unfortunately. So, Aerosmith is in the pits. We need a good stop. We need a good stop. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. It's 2.7 seconds. Not great, not terrible. So, we are going to be back on the road. I reckon we're going to be 10 seconds adrift from Zhao. But Zhao is not who we have a battle with. Piastri might manage this, actually. Without doing a tyre change, we'll have to see. But I think Logan Sargent is going to be one of the main people who we're battling with. But actually, looking at this time difference, I think Aerosmith is pretty much just going to be stone dead last. Let's just go for aggressive tyre use. And we're going to full deploy the ERS. Ricardo is right on the back of Logan Sargent's gearbox. I didn't quite expect this to happen. Once again, if we can get this overtake done before Sargent comes in for his pit stop, this will be huge, because for every lap that we are behind, comes in for the pit lane. Fine, that's fine. We've got quite a big gap to the cars behind, so we're going to put us into slight top-up mode. And we are going to see what we can achieve towards the end of the race. We are 15 seconds ahead, we're 10 seconds behind Alonso. So our chances of closing up this gap within the next 13 laps is going to be quite difficult. But Ocon does have a pit stop to have, and so does Bottas. So this could get a bit feisty later on. There might be another couple of places for Ricardo to gain before the end of this lap. Sargent comes out, and unfortunately he's still 13 seconds adrift of Aerosmith. Let's pump up Aerosmith's fuel use. We are just going to keep on ERS burn. There's no point in us holding on to ERS for the moment, not with such a big gap to try and close down before the end of this race. So we're going to burn fuel. We'll get to about 1.7, and then we will take it from here. Unfortunately for us, Hulkenberg is starting to close down on Ricardo. Hulkenberg does have newer tyres, does have softer tyres. Ricardo is going to be hard pressed to keep Hulkenberg behind, but if we can manage it, it should be quite good. My only real concern is that we are starting to overheat these tyres quite a fair bit, so we might need to back off. Hulkenberg ran really wide there. Ricardo's not really giving him any. He wants to be on this outside line, but Ricardo isn't giving him that space. If Hulkenberg wants it, he's going to have to go for the inside, and he doesn't. He wants that outside line. He doesn't take it. So this is fine. I'm slightly worried about this tire. Hopefully Hulk will slingshot Ricardo to Alonso. Yeah, here's hoping. Here's hoping. Hulkenberg does get past.
Try to cool down the tires again when you can. Cool down
Okay,
the
we
tires
are.
when you
Well, we did actually manage to cool the tires down, so that's actually a pretty good effort from Ricardo. How is Ricardo feeling mentally just now? He's still got very high confidence. Aerosmith is so-so. If she could have more confidence, that would be pretty good. I've ran this a little bit too much. I'm going to actually conserve our fuel use just a little bit here. I think if something can happen within the final stages of this race, if something can happen within the final stages of this race that would allow Aerosmith to get past, this would be good for us financially. But I'm honestly thinking this is going to be quite a struggle, all things considered. Okay, Bottas and Ocon are in the pits. Let's see if Ricciardo can get past. Put us down to balanced. Okay, so Bottas is in his pit stop, Ocon in his pit stop. Both of them are away. Can Ricciardo get past? Ricciardo can get past. Huge. Massive. Absolutely massive. So,
Okay, so in front of you is Hülkenberg.
yeah, slightly worried about this tire use. As long as we can keep to the line, I'm pretty happy with this. Both Bottas and Ocon went onto the soft tires, so they are going to be able to close down distance on Gasly and Ricciardo pretty quickly, all things considered. At the moment, Piastri is trying to fight his way past Logan Sargent. Yeah, okay. I think I might just... Yeah, let's try and get past Hülkenberg. Deploy. Let's try and get past Hülkenberg.
Okay.
Or at least keep up with him. Bottas has already caught onto the back of Pierre Gasly. But there's no particular fights that we're interested in at the moment, so we're just going to run on double speed for the moment. Looks like Bottas is hounding the back of Gasly, and he is going to make... Oh no, I was going to say he's going to make that happen, but actually he fails to do so. We do have the main start finish straight though, but again, wow, Bottas with his softer tires, newer tires, cannot find a way past Gasly, which is quite interesting to see. We can't burn any more fuel than we are. We need to keep to our tire usage profiles to the best that we can. Piastri is in the pit again, so we are going to get the double 21st or better finish, which is huge. I don't think with his wounded McLaren that he's going to catch us up. We've got yellows. Why? Hülkenberg's had a spin. Let's see what happened to Hülkenberg. So Hülkenberg goes for a hell of a spin. A hell of a spin. This is going to allow Ricciardo now to claim that 14th position, so our first ever Grand Prix, and we are in 14th place. I don't think we're expecting any more advantages with 10 laps to go. We're just going to keep burning ERS to try and keep this advantage the best that we can. Hülkenberg is now our buffer to Valtteri Bottas, so if Hülkenberg can keep Bottas behind and just scrub off that tires, this is going to be perfect for us. Ocon, whether it's team orders or not, I'm not too sure, but Ocon cannot find a way past Pierre Gasly, and Oscar Piastri, now stone dead last, has dropped 2 seconds to Aerosmith, so I think this is looking pretty okay for us. Little bit of a combat wombat here for 19th place between Logan Sargent and Zhao. I think with 13 seconds adrift, even if they do start squabbling, it isn't going to bring Aerosmith into the fight any. I'm going to do an adjustment to Aerosmith's strategy. So let's go to the strategy view, and we are going to throw in a hard stint. So we're only lapped once. So keeping it medium, it's going to be very marginal. Okay. It's going to be very marginal, so we have to keep ahead of this line in order to keep our tires nice and fresh. We're not really fighting anyone, so we're going to be maybe a bit more cautious with this. but Ricciardo is our main one to watch. With 10 laps to go, the fight for the lead of this race is certainly heating up. Max Verstappen in second place is trying to catch up to the back of Charles Leclerc. Norris, unless something goes terribly wrong for somebody else, is going to pretty much cement third place. There's no way he can catch up 15 seconds. And Perez, with his evenly matched tyres, is 6 seconds adrift. So the main fight is for the lead of this race between Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen. Let's see what we can't do. Perez, having said that, sets the fastest lap, which is good for Perez. Ooh, Bottas is really catching up to the back of Hülkenberg here. Like I said, our main goal is for Hülkenberg to keep Bottas behind. Anything else is just cherry on the top. So the leaders are coming into the hairpin ahead of the second DRS zone, which Max Verstappen is certainly going to get. DRS is open, and Max Verstappen is 0.6 seconds behind. Can he use this to try and close down the gap? He can, but only by 0.2 of a second. So that gap has come down, but not as much as Max Verstappen would maybe want to hope. This means he's going to have to do it on pure talent as they come down the back straight ahead of the final corner and the start-finish straight. What can we do here, Verstappen? What can we do here? Well, the two Team Alpine cars are squabbling for 17th place. Which is quite good. As long as anything that scrubs off Ocon's tyre performance helps protect Ricciardo at the end of the race. Verstappen tries the inside line, but he cannot make it work. Both of them ever so slightly fucked up that corner, it looked like. But Verstappen gets the DRS again. But he remains half a second adrift. Leclerc is looking pretty commanding in the lead of this race. Alonso has found the tail end of Magnussen with his wounded Aston Martin car. Not really seeing any other visible damage on it, so it might be like an underfloor or something that's been roughed up from his collision with Piastri. It's Piastri who's really suffered from this one. Alonso finding his way past Magnussen doesn't necessarily help us in particular. Oh, actually, hang on a minute. Oh, no, it was Alonso we were catching up on the back of. Yeah, if they kept squabbling for a bit, I mean, this might bring Ricciardo into play, but I think with only 7 laps to go, it's quite unlikely. We're within our safety limits of fuel, which is minus 1.6. Tire profiles are looking pretty good for both drivers. We're just burning ERS as soon as we get it. Hülkenberg has managed to catch up to the back of Daniel Ricciardo, which isn't necessarily great because he's brought Bottas with him. Hülkenberg isn't really the big threat because his tyres are going to keep going. Oh, I say he's not the big threat and he just fucking gets past.
Behind you is Bottas.
Okay then. Alrighty, so we lose our 14th place, which is really frustrating because this puts us in a really dog shit pose. Look at that. Ah, it was the blue flags. So Ricciardo got absolutely fucked over by the blue flags.
You know, I'm going fast, mate.
Jesus. So Ricciardo getting fucked over by the blue flags allows Hülkenberg to get past. Ricciardo has newer tyres, but not softer tyres. So I think he's still going to be hard pressed to get past Hülkenberg. However, this now puts Ricciardo right next to his main threat, which is Valtteri Bottas. So for the next 6 laps, this is going to be really interesting watching Ricciardo keep hold of this 14th place. It was 15th when I started this sentence, but he does get past Hülkenberg on the first of 3 DRS zones. Ricciardo is going to have to really eke out this gap during the complex. Really pull out the gap as they come into the hairpin and hope to God that Hülkenberg does not get a good run. We got yellows again, we're not sure why. I'm not sure
There's
what
a yellow
happened
flag
there.
now.
So Esteban Ocon in 17th place goes for a little spinny win. Ooh, that's embarrassing.
Sorry for the cut.
So yellow flags
And while all
fly.
that was happening,
Oh.
the crew in the garage could.
Yeah, we don't care about the crew in the garage. So the yellow flags fly. This removes Ocon as a I guess a competitor for
Keep an eye on
the
the fuel,
moment.
Okay.
Ricardo's now retaining his 14th place. Hulkenberg has dropped back by 1.5 seconds, which I didn't quite expect to see, although there is leaders going past, so it's probably because of these blue flags, which means if this happens at an inopportune time, this could happen to Ricardo as well. And indeed, I think it probably is, because these guys are going to get the DRS off of that blue flag situation, and Ricardo is not. Well, Hulkenberg doesn't either, so only Bottas got the DRS advantage there. However, the blue flags in the shitty place did allow for Hulkenberg and Bottas to once again catch up right on the tail of Daniel Ricciardo, which is not entirely bueno. Certainly not for us. Our fuel delta is good. We're actually going to burn fuel a little bit for both of our cars. And our tire delta is pretty good.
Okay, understood.
So we're not expecting any more overtakes from our team members. Our goal is certainly going to be keeping people behind, which I think is basically going to be a definite possibility. I think we're actually just going to scale it back on Aerosmith, because I don't see Piastri being a threat with 5 laps to go and 12 seconds adrift. Okay, we've used our fuel advantage to eke out an extra gap on Hulkenberg. It's going to be down to Ricardo to see if we can't retain it. We are burning our tyres quite a fair bit. We'll just have to see what we can do. The dream, the absolute dream, is that these two just keep squabbling and slow each other up. But unfortunately, their squabbling is still keeping them within touching distance of Ricardo. However, that side-by-side to the final corner is going to compromise Hulkenberg's line. He lost them just about 0.5 seconds there, although they're both going to have the DRS,
6 more laps.
which is going to help reverse those losses that they made, unfortunately. Yeah, Hulkenberg got real close to the back of Daniel Ricciardo there. They're coming straight into the first DRS zone, and Hulkenberg has got the run on Ricciardo. He tries the inside, doesn't work, tries the outside, and Ricciardo holds down the line quite well. Doesn't quite aggressively close the door, but does prevent Hulkenberg from getting past. Hulkenberg is right on his tail. They're coming into the first complex of the lap, and will be down to Ricciardo on pure merit to see if he can try and eke out that gap on Hulkenberg, trying to force Hulkenberg backwards into the clutches of Bottas. But right now that doesn't seem to be happening. I just heard somebody's engine sounds like it let itself go. Unfortunately, Hulkenberg did get a really good run. He takes the inside line with the DRS and does manage to get past on Daniel Ricciardo, which is quite unfortunate. Ricciardo is now within the clutches of Bottas with his newer and softer tyres, which is going to be a bit of a threat. And you know, I didn't predict it, but the gap between 14th and 13th has come down to just 5 seconds, so there could be a little something here later on. Unfortunately, Ricciardo and Bottas are squabbling, which means I don't think Ricciardo gets a DRS here. No, he doesn't.
Bottas has DRS now.
Okay, this isn't good. This isn't good for Ricciardo. This could end up being a 16th place finish. Bottas is side by side with Ricciardo. Oh, they're wheel to wheel. They're absolutely wheel to wheel into the first corner, and unfortunately Bottas does eke it past. So we've tried for 5 laps now to prevent this from happening, but it has unfortunately happened.
Yep. This is my pace.
And then straight away it just gets reversed. Straight away it just gets reversed. So Ricciardo is back in 15th, but it is going to be a bit of a tight spot to see if he can hold it. In the lead of the race, Leclerc is 2.5 seconds to the good over Verstappen. which means barring a major failure of a component or talent, he is going to probably win this race. It's too early to predict that one though. Bottas and Ricciardo are once again side by side. I don't want to throw this to team orders, but the ideal situation would be that Bottas catches up to Hülkenberg and then passes him, which then slows Hülkenberg enough for Ricciardo to get past. However, Magnussen is dropping well off the pace. The gap is now down to just 2 seconds between 13th and 14th. So Magnussen is incredibly slow. This is going to bring this entire fight into a very interesting place for the final 3 laps. Further down the order, Sargent is trying to overtake Ocon.
4 more laps, 4 more laps.
Have to see how this goes. Tire wear profile is looking good for both drivers. Fuel use profile is looking good for both drivers. ERS is shot, but fine. Sadly, okay.
Okay, head down, we keep focusing.
Okay, so Hülkenberg, yeah. Trying to think here. So I think the biggest mover and shaker that is going to happen for Ricciardo is not going to be him catching up to the back of Hülkenberg, although it is certainly a possibility. I think the big thing for Ricciardo is going to be a slow Magnussen getting overtaken within the final probably 1, maybe 2 laps, and then becoming a sandwich between Bottas and Hülkenberg. Ricciardo does get past on the DRS, but this is going to... Oh god, he forced Ricciardo really wide. Really wide.
Tires are on the higher side.
But yeah, I think this is going to be a tough ask to keep this 15th place. We're going to give it everything, but I think it is going to be a pretty tough ask. Sure enough, Hülkenberg, even without the DRS, is on the left side, on the right side. He's going to try the outside line coming into the start-finish straight. He runs hella wide. I'll be giving him a track limits warning for this, but unfortunately it doesn't matter, and he is going to have the DRS. Hülkenberg is going to try the inside line, but thinks better of it, tries the outside line. They're going to get the overlap. He's gotten ahead. Can Ricciardo do anything at all? No, he actually Ricciardo keeps ahead of Hülkenberg and Ricciardo. Hülkenberg was ahead at the end of the first DRS zone, which means he gets the DRS, not Hülkenberg, allowing him to eke out pretty much just about a second from Hülkenberg with just 2 laps to go. This is looking pretty dandy. We're fine for fuel, we're fine for tyre wear. I'm pretty happy with how the race is looking at the moment. Yeah, this is going to be all eyes on Ricciardo to try and hold on to this 15th place. Bottas is right on the back of Magnussen, so this could very potentially cause some last lap upset. Well, penultimate lap upset. Bottas does indeed go past. Ricciardo, unfortunately, at 3.5 seconds adrift, is going to be very hard pressed to catch up to Magnussen, I reckon. Hülkenberg, for some reason, has dropped right off the pace. Not sure what's gone on there. The leaders have now begun the last lap of the race, so if this was NASCAR, we'd be having a big white flag round about now, but this isn't NASCAR. Any other interesting battles that are going on? No, the main interesting battle is really just Ricciardo trying to hold off this 15th place. So he's got the message of 2 more laps, but that's not true because we're a lap down. So we don't have to worry too much about that one.
No concern on tire wear.
No concern on tire wear. I agree with that. I agree with that. This is looking pretty good for 15th place. Okay. I was expecting 15th towards the end of this race, but not really quite through this mechanism, so quite happy with how this has turned out. There's not enough time for Ricciardo to close down this gap as slow as Magnussen is. It's coming down by half a second per lap, but that's not going to be enough to affect an overtake. But Hülkenberg is continuing to drop past, and Ocon is now in his DRS zone, so this is all looking pretty good. However, Verstappen has closed down right on the tail end of Charles Leclerc. It might potentially be neck and neck as they come to the line. Verstappen is going to have the DRS zone. The checkered flag is going to fly. But no, Leclerc secures the win of this race, as does Verstappen. Albon 1 lap down.
Leclerc is today's winner.
Did I say Max Leclerc? I didn't mean to say that. So Norris takes 3rd place with Sainz in 4th. Perez is going to cross the line in 5th place. With Hamilton 30 seconds adrift. Jesus Christ, that is crazy. Magnussen is going to come across the line 14th, just 2.8 seconds behind Ricardo.
Okay, we take the flag.
Which wasn't, I didn't have that in my bingo
That's,
card.
P15, Daniel.
So
The pace was,
P15 I'm pretty happy
where we
with.
would like it to be.
And Aerosmith is going to come around the
yeah,
final
hold
corner. Oh no, she's on the back straight.
Thank you,
I like
guys.
the checkered flags.
Fail 84. Fail 84.
Oh, fail 84. I don't like that. Don't like the idea of an after race failure. Aerosmith is going to come around the last part of the lap to take 21st place, which I'm pretty happy with. And then Stroll, Tsunoda, and Car 41 are going to round out the final 3 finishers of this race right about now. So no safety cars during that one. But yeah, there we go. Race is done.
The drivers make their way back to the pit lane, and there we've got Daniel Ricciardo.
Yee!
At the end of that,
Bye-bye.
it's a 15th place finish.
Pretty happy with that for a first race performance. Pretty happy with that.
And the Monegasque driver certainly proved his worth with a terrific drive today.
First, look, I'm pissed off Verstappen
And
looks.
that's win number 1 of the season. And it's sure to provide them with a real confidence boost.
And
Oh,
with that, the
Verstappen.
drivers finally get the chance to cool off and enjoy themselves.
Verstappen was so close to taking the win of this race. He is no doubt, no wonder he is so pissed off. But there we go. That is it for our season opener for the 2024
Well,
Formula
How do you
1
think they'll
season.
be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
It was a strangely mixed weekend for them. We saw one driver put in a strong performance, but it was a different story for the other. Definitely positives there though.
Aerosmith did okay. Aerosmith did okay.
And
She did
that
fine.
is about that for this weekend's action here in Bahrain.
The teams now look ahead to the next round, where they'll duel it out in the sand dunes of Saudi Arabia.
Ooh, Saudi Arabia. Alright. Don't you mind if I do? So, pretty happy with this one. So, Daniel Ricciardo gained 5 places to finish in 15th place. Aerosmith gained 1 to finish in 22nd, so pretty happy with our team's performance. Oscar Piastri was the biggest loser, losing 16 places to finish 22nd. Charles Leclerc had a really hard time winning that race, actually. Max Verstappen was within half a second of him at the finish line, but started on pole and did eventually finish the race in the winner's seat, which is pretty good. That is going to give Charles Leclerc the lead of the drivers' standings as we start the 2024 season. Fine, nothing too interesting there. Ferrari takes 38 points to lead Red Bull by 10 points in the Constructors' Championships. And in the fastest pit stop strategy, surprisingly, we actually had the 6th fastest pit stop, which I wasn't expecting at all. So this gives us 8 points in the DHL fastest pit stop championship, which is going to deteriorate. Just to manage expectations, this is going to deteriorate as things go on. But yeah, this is a really good start to the season for us. Unfortunately, with Daniel Ricciardo, while we got the 6th fastest pit stop of the entire paddock, we did also have a pit stop mistake with a stuck wheel nut. So that is something that we are going to need to bear in mind. Both drivers met their race targets, which means we get a total of $400,000. The fuck is messaging me at midnight? What the fuck? strange. Yeah, so $400,000 is a good financial bonus to us, and that is going to round out the first race meeting of 2024. We do have to get 9th or above in the season, and we are currently 10th as a constructor. So this is, yeah, this is pretty good. This is pretty good for us. Going to the inbox. Fine. None of our components have failed, which is pretty good. Okay, we are going to take a quick break. I'm going to refill my drink, and we're going to get ready for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
Oh, that's right. World War I pilots didn't have parachutes. I fucking knocked down the tree.
He does well for himself. Let me put it like that.
Hey, Chaucer.
Yeah.
I love you, buddy. But get the hell out of my ear. I can't think straight. I can't think straight to save my damn life right now.
Is it because you love my boy so much?
Go stand by Bunty. Go get. God, dog.
Fine, all right.
I can't think straight.
Thank you.
Wow. Suddenly I feel like I got more time.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That was terrible. God.
If you want me to do a train safety announcement, here's my...
Alright, we're back. Okay, fine. So let's do the training, training stop. So balanced. Now let's see. So I think we want to bring down our pit stop time a little bit. Not custom. So after that mistake, I think we want to focus on wheel gun. We have a pretty high chance of mistake. So we can potentially bring our... if we focus on pit stop errors, it's going to slow us down a little bit, but it is going to... It's going to bring down our chance of a mistake. So hang on, if we reset that. Oh, so this is current, I think. Oh yeah, I don't want to... Wait, what? How does focusing on reducing pit stop errors increase the chance of a mistake? Okay, honestly, I think if we keep on balanced. Yeah, balanced. We slow up by 1 second, but we reduce the chance of mistake by quite a fair bit. Fine. Yeah, that works for me. Oh, hang on a minute. Cumulative. Oh, hang on. Display. Okay. Yeah, fine. I'm quite happy with this one. I can't change these guys' salary yet. The March schedule is in progress. Okay. Somewhere we have 3 emails that we haven't read, but I can't find them. Oh, is it this one? No, okay. Yeah, quite happy with that one. We did quite well. Our race simulator has developed, which is good. And we have our new testing session, which starts. So once our current stream of development is done in 23 days, we should be able to go ahead and get some more aero tunnel research up and running, which will be quite good. But for just now, there's not really much to do, except for hang on a minute, go to inbox. So there's no upkeep, but there is income. So the income that we get from the tour center basically pays off our race simulator, which is pretty good. But it is now time to move straight into the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So this is the balanced circuit that we're not well suited for. So Saudi Arabia. Fine, so let's put our little number in. So we have 50 laps with a lap record of 1:30. The safety car chance is 66%. It is 19 seconds of lap loss for a green flag pit stop and 11 seconds under safety car. So any safety car that comes out, we're basically guaranteed to take a pit stop there. And there's a 66% chance of safety car. Ricardo did quite well. Let's pump him up to 20th. And Aerosmith barely met her target, so we will keep her performance at 21st. So there is potentially what's that, 300, 200, potentially 500,000 in this for us if we meet our targets. But nevertheless, it's going to be time to head to Saudi Arabia.
The tension is boiling as we head into the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. We're on the shores of the Red Sea in the shade of Jeddah's skyscrapers. This might be a dream setting, but as we know, in Formula 1, not all dreams come true. It was Charles Leclerc who tasted victory in the last race, but he will surely be looking to find the recipe for success again and achieve another podium place. And with that, I think it's time to get started.
Let's get it started. Alright, here we go. Fine. So we're actually going to put in our affiliate drivers, because we need them to get up and running. Let's go ahead and just simulate this. Actually, no. No, we'll manage. Always manage the first session. Always manage the first session. Okay, so Azevedo is going out first, and we will get Brandt out in our second car. Fuck, that was a beautiful view. I wish we'd I wish we'd had that one. Okay, let's just time skip our way through this. Like I said, we're not massively concerned with this one. We have a development driver out in the McLaren and a development driver in the Red Bull. I think that's it. Oh no, one in the Kick Sauber and two in the Aston Martins. Fine, fair enough. Cool, so we're basically just going to time skip through this one as quickly as we can, trying to build up our numbers. You may notice there is no track familiarization, because it doesn't build because it's driver specific, and these drivers will not be present for any other session other than this one here. So development drivers are pretty slow, all things considered. But we're almost done the first stint.
Okay with the car?
We are done the first stint. We'll see if we can get the last one.
Okay, understood.
No. Oh, 9% satisfaction. Fucking hell, that is wild. That is wild. Okay, let's just maximize this in a various directions. So rear wing, we're going to basically put all the way up here. Anti-roll, we're going to throw out all the way here. Cornering, I want all the way here. Okay, this is going to be a dog shit setup, but it's going to be useful for getting feedback. And Brandt hasn't yet given, okay, there we go, finally given the last bit of feedback. So he's going to come in for his in-lap now-ish. What are we reporting here? 1%, oh my god. Just when I thought that 9% wasn't bad enough. Okay, let's just max out this. Let's max out this. Let's max out this. Ooh. This is a smidgen of a bollock. Okay, I might need to drop the rear wing angle just a smidgen. Front wing angle? Yeah, let's do front wing angle. Fine. Again, dog shit. It's a dog shit setup, but this will let us. Oh. Wait, is this the same as it was? Is this the fucking same as it was? Revert. No, it wasn't. There's no. Yeah, there's no way it wasn't. Push that up there. Let's push the toe all the way in here. Bring the rear wing back some. Okay, fine. Yeah. So one thing I've learned is that when you sit at the if you sit in the middle of a bar, there is a chance the bar only goes down very a small amount, whereas if you get to the extreme, it goes down by quite a fair amount. So that's always something to bear in mind. So let's send out Azevedo and see what she can do. And then Mr. Brunt is going to head out now as well. And we'll see what he can do. So the good thing is, because the car parts are consistent between cars, we're still building up car parts knowledge, even though it is different drivers, but it's the same car parts, so we're still making good learnings in that regard, and that, as well as a setup, is going to have a good knock-on effect when we put our normal drivers back in the car. As for now, we are at setup level 4, so we should be able to call Azevedo in very soon. Which we can do now. Satisfaction is good. Wasn't necessarily expecting that, but satisfaction is good for Azevedo. We're in the garage, so let's begin the reconfiguration. Yeah, look how much those bars shrank. So that gives us a lot more flexibility in terms of what we're doing. And the main thing for us is our ability to corner. So let's just put everything back to the middle for now, and we're going to try and bring it to the closest examples. Okay, so that goes there. Okay, this is an interesting setup, but we'll go for it. As for Brandt, how are we doing? We want that last bit of feedback. We've got it. God, this is a long racetrack. 6 kilometers? It's a long racetrack, Jesus. Okay, Brandt is in. Oh, we've got optimal for this one, so this is pretty good. Let's use our traction to hold on to this, and then we'll tweak you out just a little bit more. Actually, I kind of want to see what traction does when we have it out to here. Let's use the camber. Let's use the camber to adjust this slightly. because we know this is optimal. And then, okay. Maybe not actually. No, I think this needs to be up here so that we can. That's as close as I can get it. Oh, it's gonna be a hard setup actually. Do you know what? Let's just reset everything to neutral. And do it this way. Anti-roll. So toe we want as far over as we can. And we want this as far up as we can. And then if we... Oh god, what else can we tweak? Okay, if we do this and then wind this back some. Okay, fine. Good enough for government work. Let's just see how it. Let's just see how this goes. It might go not well, but we've got 15 minutes of the session to go, so we're not going to be able to get like a full setup configuration in, but we should be able to make some good progress towards it. Here's hoping. And this is going to be us now until the end of the session. So 7 minutes to go. And we're about 2/5 of the way done in terms of our setup. 3/5. Oh, I actually forgot to check in on their tires, but actually we're doing okay on the one set of hard tires, which is going to be a very important consideration for the race. Given it is a one-stop, we're probably going to stick to the hard set of tires. I might actually round off this with Azevedo. So the checkered flag is out, and we've taken the checkered flag. Oh, we haven't yet taken the checkered flag, but we're in. We might have got the last insight there. We'll have to see. Oh yes, setup satisfaction, 96%. Damn, we got it very close with Azevedo. Very happy with that one. Okay, so it's time for practice number 2. Our normal drivers are going to be back in the car. Let's see. So 96. I don't even think there is anything that I particularly want to do with this. I guess we could try this, although the traction is unoptimal. And then as for Aerosmith, that's good. I'm pretty happy with that. That's going to be a 100%. That's going to be a 100%er. So let's simulate this session all the way through, and we'll get our numbers on that one in particular. And let's continue through. So 98%, 100%. Literally can't do any better than that one. So we're going to simulate this session all the way through to qualifying, which is thankfully going to free up some time for us just a little bit. So this now is going to bring us to qualifying for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
This should be a good one.
Remember, we lose the slowest 5 drivers at the end of Q1, another 5 at the end of Q2, and Q3 will set the top 10 positions.
Now there's been a bit of talk about Sergio Perez of late. How's he going to be feeling, do you think?
They must be feeling good after their fast lap times in practice. Confidence can do great things for a driver, so I'm excited to see how they handle qualifying.
Well, it's almost here. Qualifying coming up soon.
Alright, here we go. Fine. Oh, Pato Award. Okay, only because I keep forgetting. Who's the other RB driver? Iwasa. I keep forgetting Iwasa. So yeah, Okay, alright. So we have... So fuel per lap. This is an important number that I need to put on. So 2.1 kilograms of fuel is our flying lap. So looks like we're going to have 2 stabs at this. Yeah, we're going to have 2 stabs of this with Ricardo. And 2 stabs of this with Aerosmith. Fine. Manage session. Here we go. So while it's nice and clear, our green flag flies. Let's get our guys out. I like how they don't even leave the pit lane and we already dropped 1%. Okay, I think there's another car coming. Let's get Ricardo out. So let's have a little look at the pit lane. So as we come across the start-finish line, we do have a slow car a little bit ahead who's doing his warm-up. Hopefully this isn't going to become too much of a factor. Let's go into Ricardo Cam and see what it is that we are dealing with. Take manual control. Oh yeah, no. This isn't Formula 1. This allows you to pick their ERS use and whatnot settings. So Ricardo is currently going full tilt. We are in the opening complex coming into the hairpin. The kick sauber of Zhao is far enough ahead that hopefully isn't going to cause too much difficulty for us. We've gone purple in the first sector, but remember that is not an important number right now. Leclerc has gone a full second faster than us. In fact, we are the slowest first sector on the field, which isn't good for Ricardo. Thankfully, Zhao gets well out of the way. How's Aerosmith doing for traffic? Aerosmith's doing okay for traffic, actually. Ricardo hits a 27.9, although we're going to be watching for Leclerc to see what he does. He does a 27.1, so again, just about a full second faster than Ricardo. This isn't a good run for Ricardo. Aerosmith is going faster. This track is much more suited to her, it seems. So where are we? Looks like Ricardo is on the start-finish straight to do a 1:28.2. Leclerc is going to come down the start-finish straight to do a 1:26.1 to pull out 2 seconds on Ricardo. Aerosmith is going to be quite interesting. She's going to jump ahead of Ricardo by half a second. Wow, okay. I didn't expect that at all. Okay, so that is the opening lap for our drivers. We're going to have them come into the pit lane and we're going to get ready to do the old swapperoni macaroni. Oh, hang on a minute. You saw the new montage before. You forgot to mention that you constantly renew them. Yeah, Mono. Sorry I missed that comment, by the way. But yeah, I'm constantly adding videos to the montages. I try to update them once a month. I just realized that I'd forgot to hang on. I realized that time was still running. I forgot to fucking pause. Okay, this is actually going to put us in a bit of a shit spot. We'll need to see what happens. Last lap, 2 minutes. God, that's crazy. Let's go back to the sectors view and see what our drivers can't do. We just kind of Hail Married them out of there, so we don't actually know how they're going to do in terms of traffic or whatnot. So Ricardo has gone quite far ahead. He is now only 1.4 seconds off of the pace of the leader. Aerosmith, unfortunately, couldn't capitalize particularly more on her lap. God, Ricardo's on fire. The worst part of this is I left it too late. I'm not going to be able to get another lap out of them. So this is unfortunate. Aerosmith is definitely out. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way we are getting these guys back out with only 26 seconds to go. So it's going to be on Ricardo to see if anyone can beat him. So the checkered flag now flies. So Zhao's on a flying lap. So if Zhao, Hulkenberg, or Sargent go ahead of Ricardo, there we go. We're out of Q2. We're out from Q3. Sorry. So that's pretty much that. However, we are going to be starting from 17th place. So this is much better than we had before. So starting 17th and starting 20th. Pretty happy with this. So after qualifying 3, Max Verstappen takes pole position ahead of Lando Norris and Sergio Perez, and our previous race winner Charles Leclerc is going to start this race from 5th. We are going to start down in 17th place and 20th respectively. Yeah, should be alright.
The drivers are getting ready here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, preparing for 50 flat-out laps under the lights.
Jeddah Street Circuit certainly makes the high speeds of F1 racing a thrilling affair, but even a world champion can be caught out in between the narrow walls, just as Max Verstappen found out in 2021.
The Jeddah Street Circuit has one of the fastest average speeds, as well as the most corners of any track on the calendar. Good high-speed downforce is going to make life in the fast lane a little easier for drivers here this weekend. The teams are making their final preparations down in the pit lane, ahead of today's race.
Alright, it is race o'clock. It is race o'clock. So I don't necessarily see how this is gonna work. Okay, Ricardo's one-stop strategy. Is quite good. I kind of want him to start on the soft tire, and we'll see how we are going to do. We are going to expect to get lapped. So we're going to run under by, okay, so it's 50 laps on the nose. So this has to be fuck. 2.1, fuck, I can't math. 4 and 6. So we are going to start minus 2.1 down, minus 2.1, minus 2.1, 2.1. Okay, this is going to factor into my fuel calculations later. So Ricardo is expecting a so hang on, how's our tire situation? Fine. So we're going to expect a pit stop on lap 21 onto the mediums. We have, so in terms of tire use, we have soft, one set of medium and hard. So we're going to start on the soft, and we've got 2x scrub soft. Fine. So that is all going to factor into our calculations. This is all fine. In terms of the driver options, we are going to do increased fuel usage, increased pace. Actually, it's really marginal. I'm not actually gonna, yeah, I'm not actually gonna do that. It's really marginal on the tires. Fuel, I don't care about. I can compensate in race. But yeah, this is fine. Okay. So Aerosmith has the same. So we have a set of softs, a set of softs, a set of softs, a set of mediums, a set of hards, and we have 2x scrub softs. Fine. So I don't know what this strategy is for Aerosmith. This looks like absolute fucking chaos. So if we do this, so Aerosmith isn't as, how do I put this politely, talented a driver as I don't see how this is. Hang on. So 54. I don't really see how this works. I mean, I suppose we could fucking try it. We're gonna be at the back of the field anyway. We could try it, and if there's any safety cars or anything. Yeah, okay. Alright, so we're gonna start on a set of the softs, so they're vouched for. And we are going to go to a set of the mediums. We're gonna start on a fresh set of softs. So we're gonna vouch for 2 sets of softs and 1 set of mediums. This is gonna be fucking chaos. This is gonna be absolutely fucking chaos. So let's put this one into the calculator. So Ricardo's doing a 1 stop on lap 21. Aerosmith is doing a stop on lap lap fucking 17 for mediums, lap 29 for softs, and lap 41 for softs. This is fucking crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Wait, dumb question. So 3 seconds if I... No, okay. Oh, no, hard. Yeah, okay. Wait, if I... Hang on. So if we do this... 1:13:48. Hang on. See, this is complicated. 1:13:48. Okay, let's upstrate strategy D, but let's try strategy E, which is going to be this. Except we're going to go onto a set of hards and get rid of one of these stops. So if we get rid of one of these stops and push this along... So 152, 148. Let's bring you... No, bring you in a couple of laps. And then bring you... It's the same. It's the fucking same. Fine. No. We're gonna do strategy E. Yeah, confirm. We'll do strategy D, which is a fucking 3 stop. Somehow. Alright. Oh, we need to underfuel us. So we're going to underfuel us, and we are going to give us increased fuel use, increased ERS, and do you know what? We can actually afford the increased tire use to start this race. Ricardo is going to be a little bit more reserved, starting in 17th place, but it is finally time to start the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here, and we should be in for a tightly contested race. A short moment of time to themselves to focus on the race ahead.
Starting in 20th, the points are a long way off. Can they get a good start here and push for a respectable finish?
But remember, anything can happen in Formula 1. It's almost time for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And it's lights out. And
God, that was a really long hold with the lights, but the race is finally underway. Let's get our drivers pushing best we can. Oh, little bit of wheel to wheel with Ricardo. God, that could have been some damage, but thankfully wasn't. But the race is now underway with, Ricardo's gained 1 position into 16th place, but Aerosmith has been thunder cunted down into 22nd place with the start. Not entirely sure how the fuck that happened, but that isn't great. I'm very quickly going to leave you with the wonderful views and sights of Daniel Ricciardo as I do my fuel calculations, which are so important for later on in the race.
Honestly, I don't think we can do much more.
Keep your head down.
Okay, fuel calculations are reasonably well done. So Ricciardo is struggling to get past Valtteri Bottas. Remember, there's no DRS in the opening race of a opening lap of a race. want to try and grab a wee screenshots of our car in Jeddah. We are right on the back of Valtteri Bottas, although Ocon is really chasing us down. As we come down the start-finish straight, we are now within DRS. There is 3 DRS zones once again, but they're not until the second half of this lap. So no DRS for the moment, no DRS for the foreseeable, but our goal just now is purely to try and hold on to the back of Valtteri Bottas. So I've done our fuel calculations at the bottom. So I have a picture in my mind for what our fuel use has to be over the course of the race. We'll just have to see how this goes. Now, whenever there is a very serious incident on this racetrack, it's not uncommon for it to be a red flag situation. So we need to kind of we need to kind of bear that in mind, all things considered. Okay, Ricardo is having to fight for it, but he's holding on to his 16th place. Ricardo's caught on, Aerosmith has caught onto the back of Zhao, and we're now within DRS territory, so Aerosmith is gunning for the back of Zhao. She's side by side, she's going for the inside line, which becomes the outside line, but she has already achieved the pass into 21st place at the end of the first DRS straight. Coming into the second, we are using our DRS to pull out that gap even further. Meanwhile, down in Ricardo's end of the wood, he manages to squeeze past Valtteri Bottas to take 15th place. The race is heating up, and we're not even a quarter of the way in. Jesus. So far, no calamitous incidents or anything like that, which is pretty good. So Aerosmith is up into 21st place, trying to use her gains to get past Iwasa. We tried the DRS then start finish straight, but we were unable to get past Iwasa. I'm gonna have to keep saying it, Iwasa, to get it into my head. Ricardo is right on the back of Kevin Magnussen for 14th place. However, our ES battery is pretty low, so we're going to put this into neutral for just now. Aerosmith is probably going to have to get used to constantly diving into the pit lane, so I think this fighting is going to be quite interesting. I think it's going to be very interesting indeed. But the chances of a safety car or red flag are going to very much throw everything into the mix. Ricardo has dropped back now from Kevin Magnussen by quite a fair bit. Bottas is right on the tail of Ricardo, although he is fighting from Esteban Ocon. Aerosmith is side by side with Zhao, who's got DRS for the first DRS zone, and Aerosmith drops back into 22nd place. However, DRS zone detection is done. We're gonna come. Wait, where are we? Yeah, okay, so Aerosmith gets DRS now. Because it's such a narrow, long circuit, if I turn off my camera, because it's such a narrow, long circuit is Jeddah, it's quite hard just looking at the minimap alone, which I know you guys can't do, but I can, to work out exactly where my cars are. And I don't know, it's a bit of a shit circuit, is Jeddah. Everything just looks the same. It's really hard to just isolatedly work out where you are. But we do get to watch as Aerosmith attempts a pass using DRS down the start-finish straight. It's not worked, but she is still side by side with Zhao as they come into the opening complex of the lap. It's an inside-outside kind of deal. She tries the outside line, but ultimately she has to slot back into 22nd place, which isn't good. However, despite this, we are holding on to our tire use, whereas Zhao is not. We've now gained, in only the opening few laps, we have gained 4% of tire wear in reserve over Zhao, which is quite good to keep in the back of our mind. In 15th place, Valtteri is fighting. Valtteri Bottas is desperately attempting to get past Daniel Ricciardo, and we are desperately trying to prevent that from happening. There is lots of side-by-side racing. coming through. Oh my goodness. Oh my fucking goodness. Look at that for a view. Look at that. Jesus Christ. That is a view. That is a view. Ricardo is leading the absolute... Ricardo is the conductor of the freight train right now, as everybody and their dog is trying to get past him, and Ricardo says no. However, as soon as I say that, Valtteri Bottas has got up the inside, and he has indeed got past Yuki Tsunoda.
This one is involving Yuki Tsunoda. Things look fine here.
So fighting with
heavy on the
a McLaren.
Now they did leave it very late.
Unfortunately, he locks up, doesn't lose the position, but does almost go into the wall. Ricardo has somehow gotten himself past Valtteri Bottas, and once again, Ricardo is the conductor of the freight train, which is crazy, crazy to see. Now it's Esteban Ocon's turn. He does get past Ricardo, but this is a wait, where are they? 16. So they're right at the start.
This is my pace.
Well, they're coming into the opening complex, and Ricardo and Ocon are together, but the rest of the pack has sort of dropped on past. Aerosmith managed to get past Zhao. Let's see how it happened.
Let's have a look now. Around turn 3. They decided to give it a go.
That is some wheel-to-wheel racing. Oh, I need to actually update the Halo. I don't even think that was a DRS pass from Aerosmith. That was pretty good going. So as they come through the opening complex, Ricardo has unfortunately dropped back from Esteban Ocon, with Valtteri Bottas now desperately trying to defend from what I'm affectionately referring to as the freight train. Ricardo, we want to push. We don't have much ERS in reserve, but we want to push, try and get within that 1 second. God, I don't think we're going to. We're 2 seconds off. 2 seconds off. The DRS is open on Bottas, but Bottas cannot find a way past. It's first DRS zone straight into second DRS zone, so the entire freight train is going to get DRS, whereas Ricardo is not. So we'll need to see what they can do.
Is in your DRS now.
Jesus Christ, this is crazy. This is crazy. Our only big hope is that there's some kind of... This sounds a little cruel, but some kind of incident that allows him to come past. Bottas has got the DRS down the big start-finish straight. He does go past on the left-hand side, which is really unfortunate. Oh, well, I say that, but Ricardo is still side by side. Coming into the complex, there's going to be a lot of left turns, right turns. Ricardo got past, and Bottas actually backs out of it. So this is fascinating coming into the first complex. This is a messy race, Aerosmith is still fighting off Zhao for 21st place. We are very slowly bringing this gap down to 20th place. Ideally, we need to break this toe to Bottas. If we can break this toe, we can probably get in command of this race. But if we can, then Ricardo is, I think, going to struggle to make progress beyond 16. This is still a good place for Ricardo, but I would ideally like to, you know, do more than that as Bottas tries to swing down the inside. Let's watch this from Bottas's perspective. So Bottas has DRS here, but he cannot find a way past Daniel Ricciardo. They are rounding out the final corner of the race. Bottas is going to have DRS again. He really slowed down there, so as they come onto the start-finish straight, Bottas will have DRS. Oh, safety car. Hang on a minute. Let's use our internal brain. Oh. Guys, did we do something stupid? Did we do something? Yeah, we did it. We're gonna do it. The medium tire does really well in this race. Let's box for medium. So I don't actually know what's happened, but I think Aerosmith can come in here. So let's just have our team have an absolute fucking whitey and pull our car in. Russell has damage, so we have a safety car. No, she missed it.
Now
She
we've got
fucking
an
missed it.
incident here, and as I understand it, George Russell's involved.
So let's see what happened. This is George Russell and Yuki Tsunoda. Russell tries down the inside. Oh, and I think that's going to be suspension damage. That could potentially be a puncture for the other Mercedes as well. So Russell has damaged himself on the RB Racing Yuki Tsunoda. We didn't have enough warning. So let's keep the pit stop. So I want to see on strategy. So if we edit this so that we pit this lap. Yeah, we can definitely make that huge. Let's update. Yeah, okay. So Russell has retired. Aerosmith is going to come in no matter what. Let's go to full conserve.
We do need a little bit of liftoff for the fuel.
So let's harvest. Let's just get as much resources as we can. We are going to watch very, very closely to see what other cars do. If other cars start coming in for a change of tire, we will change to another set of softs on Ricardo. So safety car is at... Oh, beans. I want to try and get a screenshot under the safety car. Okay, so we're gonna watch very, very closely and see what these guys do on the TV feed. I can't imagine making this kind of strategy call in real time. That's just freaking wild. Yeah, absolutely freaking wild. That's a nice one. Okay, so all eyes are on the leading 7 cars just now. I'm honestly tempted to just pit. In pit, yeah, we're pitting. We're definitely pitting. Definitely pitting. Okay, let's get a new set of softs and confirm the pit.
So currently P4.
So we are double boxing. So we just need to consider what the gap is between our cars. So 1 second, 1 second. So remember, we need about 5 seconds between. So that's 1.5.
Copy, box,
2.
box.
2.5. Okay. Yeah, okay, no, this is fine. This is fine. So everyone's pitting. Everyone's pitting. This is huge. 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 Zhao stayed out. Wait, how did Ricardo go on to mediums? I clicked a set of softs. Is that a... I definitely clicked the top left set of softs. He is on softs. Why is it showing medium? Are we watching Aerosmith? Oh, we must have been watching Aerosmith. Yeah, okay, Ricardo's on soft. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay. Fine. We gained a few places during that. Or at least Ricardo did. Okay, full conserve on the tires. Everyone else has gone on to mediums, so I've maybe dropped the ball with this strategy. Maybe. Yeah, there's a. There's a non-zero chance I've screwed the pooch with the strategy here. I'm trying to get another good safety car screenshot. Okay, fine. Fine. It is what it is. I can't go back on the strategy now. Potentially I could have swapped to hards and did a one-stop, but yeah. Okay, so instead we have burned this set of softs.
We want to see weaving on good braking.
So this is now a set of this, and we're on to a set of softs. So let's just adjust our strategy here. Okay. Add a new stint. So medium tire. Fine, we'll do this one. And then our plan is still mostly the same for this. We've kind of got a free pit stop out of this for Aerosmith. Fine, okay, let's skip through the safety car.
Understood.
No safety car in message.
Battery is full. Understood.
No safety car in yet. It should happen about here when the safety car decides to come in. Okay, safety car is ending. So, pause. Edit strategy. Ooh, beans. Fine, as long as we can keep... Opa. Fine, as long as we can keep beyond, above this line, I'm pretty happy. So we'll update this strategy here. Okay, fine. So Ricardo is going to go to aggressive. We're going to go to push. We're going to go to full deploy. And Aerosmith is going to do the same. So we're going to do aggressive, push, and deploy for our cars. Safety car is about to come to an end, so let's watch the restart. So we've got Charles Leclerc, who is leading the field. He's letting the safety car pull away.
Push a bit more.
And it's going to be down to Leclerc to decide when to go. This is quite funny seeing them all as a little daisy chain here. So the safety car is rounding off the last hairpin. And it's going to be on Leclerc to decide when the time is right to go. So far, he's not sped off. Green flag flies. Safety car is ending. It's calamity. It's calamity. Everyone's expecting Leclerc to go, but he's not going. He's now picking up the speed very slowly. The green flags aren't even flying anymore, and the cars haven't even taken the safety car, and they're finally up to race pace. The calamity has caught a few people sleeping, but not Verstappen. Verstappen is not only side by side with Leclerc, but sorry, not only on the tail of Leclerc, but almost side by side. Good stuff. Let's watch Ricardo and see what we can't do with this.
Currently P12.
Currently P12. We have Alonso right in front of us. Let's see if we can't get past him. We need to make gains here because I think we're probably going to end up having one more pit stop than everybody else. So we just absolutely need to bear that one in mind in particular. We're going to keep burning fuel because I want us to get back to... We can potentially get to 0. Ocon is attacking Ricardo like nobody's business. Holy hell. I don't think DRS is activated yet. Well, it certainly wouldn't be here because we've just entered the second of the 2 complexes. For some reason, this is a really loud race circuit. I'm going to turn the volume down just a little bit. So at the moment, Albon and Ricciardo are the only ones who have risked staying out on the soft tyres. Everyone else has retained their one stop going to the harder set of tyres. So this could be quite a potentially interesting series of events. Yeah, it's quite the calamity here, trying to, with everyone fighting for position. DRS is now enabled, which is going to allow this field to try and sort themselves out a little better. Couple of overtake. Oh, that was a collision. That was an absolute collision between Hülkenberg and Albon. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like either car has damage, but you saw the ricochet. You saw the ricochet. That was for sure not great. That could have been another safety car, maybe even a red flag there. Aerosmith, by default of Russell now being out, will definitely get her objective so long as she finishes the race. We just need to make sure she finishes the race with a fucking wild 3-stop strategy. And Ricciardo, despite my best intention, is struggling to hold on to 12th. Alonso isn't rapidly getting away, but he isn't... Oh, actually, the gap is starting to come down again. It's ebbing and flowing quite a fair bit. Car behind has DRS, so Ricciardo has DRS. Let's try and follow this from his perspective. Ricciardo is going for the take on Alonso, can't make it work. That was the first DRS zone. Coming into the second DRS zone, DRS is open, but so is Alonso. It's going to be kind of down to merit to see if they can get past at all. Ocon is closing up on Ricciardo. Everyone's everywhere, and it's Hülkenberg that we almost make the attempt on. But in the end, Ricciardo is trying to get past. We have burned the battery, unfortunately, which unfortunately is now going to cost us to drop back. We're going to put ourselves to neutral and just see what we can do. And wow, Ricciardo has dropped right back. That's not entirely bueno. Not entirely bueno. It's going to be down to Ricciardo's merit to see if we can't pick up some more speed and really close down this gap to Hülkenberg. Hülkenberg is on hard tyres, so we do definitely have the tyre advantage on Nico Hülkenberg does Ricciardo. But I think now that we are on lap 13, we take stock of this race. Carlos Sainz is currently in P1, with his teammate Charles Leclerc following very eagerly behind. Verstappen is half a second adrift, with Lando Norris a second off the pace in 4th. Sergio Perez is right on Norris's tail, fighting for 4th, with Hamilton in 6th, leading Yuki Tsunoda. Oscar Piastri is in 8th place, who is fighting off Alexander Albon, with Alonso 1 second off the pace. Hülkenberg nearly 2 seconds behind them, desperately being chased down by Daniel Ricciardo. We've got yellows. And there's a crash. We don't know where. We know it's sector 3. Oh. Let's watch the replay. Let's see what happened. So this is Lewis Hamilton on Yuki Tsunoda, is that. And it's side-by-side contact. Hamilton took a hard hit into the side pods. That was rough. Ooh, that was hella rough.
And clearly then, not what everyone in the garage would have wanted to see.
So the team now go into damage control mode. I think we stay under green flag conditions. Well, yellow flag conditions. There was definitely some debris on track, but no safety car or anything like that. But Yuki Tsunoda does have damage. Hamilton has damage as well, but Yuki is more serious. In fact, apparently his damage has become quite terminal, according to our team's assessment. Ricciardo has got past Hülkenberg. Let's see how it happened. I think this is going to be a DRS pass. It's not. Oh no, it is. It's the tail end. Yeah, the tail end of the third DRS zone. No. The second DRS zone. I hate this track. I hate this track. Everything just looks the same. So Ricciardo is once again the conductor of the freight train, fighting off Hülkenberg, Ocon, Sargent, Stroll, Gasly, Iwasa, Zhao, Bottas, and presumably everyone else. Yeah, Magnussen and Aerosmith. Yuki Tsunoda, I suspect, is probably going to be limping. he is still ahead of Hamilton, but I suspect he's going to have to pit. Our team think his damage is terminal. So we'll need to see what happens to Yuki Tsunoda. But this has, in comparison to Bahrain, this has already been a very incident-filled race. Ricciardo is now 2.5 seconds off of Fernando Alonso, but Hülkenberg, with his harder tyres, is still trying to chase him down. Remember, for Ricciardo, we just need to keep above this red line in order to be good on tyres. So despite the fact that our tyres are running hot, we're currently doing okay. Fuel use, we are doing okay, okay. I think for just now, we are going to slow down Aerosmith's tyre usage. Fine. So, I think unfortunately, Ricciardo's good place finish is going to be lost by the fact that we are going to have to pit again, and I don't think that these guys are. I don't think the rest of the field is going to be pitting again. So Yuki Tsunoda is staying out, so his damage might not be as terminal as we thought, or his car might blow up in a cloud of fire sometime later on. It will remain to be seen. Effectively, what we need to do now is we need Ricciardo to make gains now, ideally, so that we can switch to this medium set of tyres. Unfortunately for Ricciardo, this 11th place is a little bit of a misnomer. I think we fucked up the strategy, unfortunately. Aerosmith at the tail end of the field is still chasing down Bottas, but we're hardly keeping up on the back of them. Which is slightly frustrating. I think we need to be overtaking Bottas. Ideally soonish, so that we can get this strategy, because Bottas isn't going to be stopping again. So with the exception of, I think with the exception of safety cars, both of our drivers are a bit screwed. Meanwhile, the lead of this race, Max Verstappen, has split the two Ferraris. That was a bit unexpected. Very unexpected. Nice little gaggle of cars there. Multiple positions lost. Daniel Ricciardo has lost 2 positions. Oh no. Let's see how it happened. Oh yeah, okay. Fine. So double DRS pass, both cars get past, punting Daniel Ricciardo sadly down to 13th place. Not great. Oh!
2 cars out, a lot of debris.
Oh, that was close.
Watch for debris.
Oh, that was so close. I could have clenched you a diamond there, folks. Jesus. Jesus Christ. So Ocon has the DRS. They're confused by Ricciardo, and it's just drove straight into the side pod.
What was that?
Oh, thank God it wasn't my car. Thank God it wasn't my team's car.
It's not going the way the team had hoped today. That is for sure.
Good grief. Okay, so we have 2 cars damaged, and we have definite debris on track. We haven't gone safety car. But we've now got 2 cars that are quite well wounded, which is gonna benefit us just a little bit, which is not the worst thing that's ever happened. We're gonna hold on to the and Ocon has been giving a penalty. Oh, that's what this is. This is a time penalty. Right. I thought this was damage. Okay. Oh well. Fine. We're still tearing through fuel like nobody's business. Ricciardo ideally is going to get the chance to catch up to Lance Stroll. Stroll has now passed the wounded car of Esteban Ocon. And Hülkenberg is also nursing a wounded car at this point, so we'll have to see how this goes. This has been quite incident-filled so far. I suppose this is effectively a street circuit at this point. Pierre Gasly was trying to get past Daniel Ricciardo there. Where are we? That was the end of the second DRS zone. Didn't quite work out, but he is going to get DRS again coming down the start-finish straight. He jinks to the inside. He's potentially going to get alongside, and he is. The cars are going to go side by side. And Gasly backs right out of it, hell out of it. In fact, Gasly's now almost a second adrift of Daniel Ricciardo, which means Ricciardo now retains his 13th place. As long as we can keep within 5 seconds of Esteban Ocon, we will gain this position because of the penalty. So this is de facto 12th place for us. But remember, we have fucked up the strategy. So we are going to have to come in for a pit stop on... this is going to be lap 22 for mediums. We stopped there. We're still going for lap 29 for softs for Aerosmith. Fine, is what it is. Esteban Ocon is like 3 seconds ahead. This fight with Pierre Gasly is really slowing up Daniel Ricciardo, which is quite frustrating. Not frustrating for Verstappen, is securing the lead of this race coming down the start-finish straight. I think he triggered the DRS as well, so I think he gets DRS here. No, he didn't. He didn't. Did Sainz? Yeah, Sainz did. Okay, so Sainz has got the DRS coming into the start-finish straight, which is going to allow him to at least attempt to reclaim his number 1 position on the track, and indeed he does. Leclerc is going to have to do the same, fighting off Lando Norris. And looks like Ricciardo and Gasly had some argy-bargy, but Ricciardo does retain the 13th place. Let's watch how it happened. So they're wheel to wheel, and then Ricciardo just gets the better run out of the corner, coming into the start-finish straight.
That puts them in 13th place now.
So we lose 13th place to immediately regain 13th place. Not bad, not bad. Aerosmith has an ERS fault. Doesn't seem to be deploying properly. This is a problem. Let's try and diagnose it. It's a minor fault. Beans. So ERS is not deploying properly. This probably means we need to be a bit more aggressive with ERS use in order to get it to deploy properly. This will either be with us until the end of the race or not at all. But let's try and see what we can do. We've now got the undercut marker available for Daniel Ricciardo. Do you know, I don't see how these guys are necessarily going to go the rest of the race on these medium tires.
Yeah, there's a bit in it. To be honest, when I push, I could feel it start to work.
I was lamenting screwing up the strategy, but actually I don't necessarily see how some of these drivers are going to retain. We do lose. We do annoyingly lose 13th place. However, Daniel Ricciardo is going to get the DRS, so they are going to come around the final corner into the start-finish straight. Ricciardo is going to have the DRS. He's going to use this to try his hardest to close up on Pierre Gasly, but as it so happens, that does not happen, which is a little bit unfortunate. God damn it. We've now got battles developing up and over the track. We now have Fernando Alonso, who is leading the leading something of a freight train. Ooh, hello. We have passed Magnussen. How did this happen?
Watching the action closely here, it's certainly inviting.
This is a triple DRS pass on Kevin Magnussen up to 20th place. That was a little bit of argy-bargy there. Lucky to come away with no damage for Aerosmith, but it is good to see her. I think that's probably one of her first on-merit overtakes that we have seen from her, which is pretty good. We're still on track for a pit stop in a few laps' time. Jesus Christ, why the fuck am I still getting messages? Oh, one of my friends is still awake. Why are you still awake at 2 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, okay. I'm no longer feeling as sad about this strategy. I don't see a world where somebody like Logan Sargent or Esteban Ocon makes it to the end of this race on this set of medium tyres. And we're about to go to a fresher set of medium tyres for basically the rest of the race. So yeah, I don't really see a world where this happens. So I'm actually not feeling as bad about our strategy as we definitely did. We are hoping that Ricciardo can use the DRS to try and close up on the two Alpine cars, maybe thinking about getting past them. Aerosmith is fighting off Kegan. Fuck. Kevin Magnussen. We are nursing an ERS issue. I'm just going to keep it on full deploy. It doesn't seem to have that much problem deploying, but yeah. We'll see what we can do with this one. For now, we are keeping Kevin Magnussen, Kegan. I'm going to call him Kegan. We're going to keep Kegan behind us now, which is good. And we're right behind Hulkenberg. Wait, are we? Where are we? Oh no, we're here. So we are right behind Hulkenberg, so hopefully we might be able to effect a pass in the future. Remember, Hulkenberg is driving a somewhat wounded car at the moment. Daniel Ricciardo has now dropped right the way back in 14th place. I'm quite happy for Gasly and Ocon to try and fight each other. It might hopefully open the door for Daniel Ricciardo, but I don't want Ricciardo to get bogged down too much in a fight with Iwasa, which is a name that I'm going to have to keep looking at because I'm not familiar with Iwasa as a racing driver. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Aerosmith is getting really close to the back of Hulkenberg. In fact, Aerosmith's DRS is open, but then so is Hulkenberg's. Everyone's trying to find this 19th position, or arguably 18th position from Bottas. They are coming around the final hairpin of this lap, coming onto the start-finish straight, which is going to give them access to the the third DRS zone. Magnussen has DRS as well. I'm surprised with him not having an injured car that he isn't doing as well as he is. The issue is getting better. The fault has indeed resolved. We're going to go back to neutral ERS deployment for Aerosmith in order to, well, we're back to business as normal, really. And we are currently gearing up for Ricciardo's pit stop, which is going to happen on lap 22. I'm quite happy with the pace here.
In front of us, Gasly.
Yeah, we'll just wait and see what our numbers look like at the tail end of this, because our tires are running pretty hot. And then we are going to go on to... Actually, hang on. Is there a world where this is a set of hards? So 8 seconds, 6 seconds. Yeah, no, this is a set of medium all day. Yeah, set of mediums, set of mediums.
Understood.
Fine, so Iwasa has now caught right up to the back of Daniel Ricciardo, which is a slight bit of buggeration. Not really too much that we can do about it except to try and fuck up his race as much as we possibly can. Okay. Ricciardo's tires are running hot. Iwasa does have the inside line as he comes out of the final hairpin, but can't affect the overtake. Does have DRS, so that is going to happen this time round, which is fine. We're now on optimum pit stop, so we are going to pit in for our set of mediums here, which will hopefully see us to the end of the race. In the event of another safety car at any time during this stint, we are going to pit for our final set of softs. Alright, drive it like you stole it, Ricciardo. Drive it like you fucking stole it.
Box, 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 box.
So Ricciardo, I imagine, isn't going to be feeling too hot right now. Indeed, he isn't. Aerosmith has got up to peak performance. Not sure how that's happened. Oh, Aerosmith's up to 19th. How did that happen? Oh, fuck, but our ERS problem is back. ERS problem is reduced charge rate. Fine. Okay, we can live with this. got a faulty ERS, which is a bit of an embuggerance, but we'll see if we can manage it for the rest of this race. We have overtaken the wounded Hulkenberg, so here's hoping we can keep improving on this. So Ricardo, we are getting ready to box with Ricardo. Ricardo's about to hit the cliff, actually. First time I think we'll see that this session. Albon's also getting danger close to hitting the cliff. Just as long as we don't get a puncture, this is a little bit risky. But yeah, people like Ocon and yeah, I don't see a world that they are making it to the end of this race. So actually, I don't think I have screwed up this strategy at all. Don't get me wrong, I still think we're very marginal. But, yeah. So here comes Ricardo from 15th place for the first green flag pit stops of this race. Well, actually, Albon's going to beat us to it, but let's see what our numbers are. Good vibes in chat for good numbers. Good vibes in chat for good numbers. Come on. Come on. Come on. So there is our team all ready to go. It's not a good stop. It's not a good stop. It is definitely not a good stop. So Albon goes on to hard. I'm wondering if that might have been the strat, to be honest. Okay. I'm not sure that Ricardo's going to get lapped, so we are going to remove our pushing for this.
Okay.
Try and bring that temperature down a little bit. And we're going to stay on neutral until something ends up happening. Aerosmith is so close to the back of Logan Sargent. We might see another on-merit overtake from her. We'll see. We're at the first of 2 DRS zones. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, come on. Let's get past Logan Sargent. So we've got DRS again. Aerosmith is DRS is open for the second of the 3 DRS zones. We can get to the back of ooh, I was gonna say we can get back to the back of Logan Sargent without overtaking him, but we do overtake him. The only problem is that I think Sargent here is probably going to get the DRS on us. Tried the inside, thought better of it. Trying the outside. Trying the inside again. Does have a run. They're going to go wheel to wheel. Can Aerosmith hold on to this? Yes, yes she can. Yes she can. And not only does Sargent have to back out of it, but he has got this angry cloud of Haas cars floating around behind him. Which is pretty good to see. So Ricardo has gained a position on Esteban Ocon. Do you know what? I kind of low-key want to see what happens if we conserve these tires just a little bit more. Okay. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. I thought about it, but no. Okay, so we're approaching the halfway mark on this race. So Ricardo is plus 56, and Aerosmith is plus 46. The difference per lap is, let's call it 3.5 seconds. And the current time is 35. So let's call that 95, 135. So that's 30. So Ricardo is going to be passed within 10 laps, and Aerosmith within 14 laps is my prediction. So we should be able to increase our fuel use very soon. But for just now, we just need to hold on to it just a little bit more. So Ricardo's kind of in a race of his own just now, with Ocon 7 seconds behind him, and he himself is 7 seconds behind Alexander Albon. Thankfully, this freight train that is being held up behind Aerosmith with her dodgy medium shod tires is going to work out advantageously to Daniel Ricciardo. I heard something about our ERS issue potentially getting worse. So no, it doesn't seem to have gotten any worse. Can I see ERS? Harvest efficiency, risk of fault, low. Okay, yeah, no, I'm quite happy with this. Quite happy with this one. So the longer that Aerosmith can keep this freight train behind her for 15th place, it's going to allow Daniel Ricciardo to catch up. And indeed, he's already taken, what, a second and a half out of that chunkule. So that is pretty good. Lando Norris has taken the fastest lap of this race, and our leader, Charles Leclerc, is in the pit. So yes, I'm quite happy. It looks like we haven't actually screwed up this strategy at all. Oh, Jesus Christ. Magnussen right on the rear wing of Aerosmith. And we are in DRS territory, so you can see Magnussen's wing is open. He's going to try the inside line, but she shuts the door. She's going to try the outside line, the inside line again, and finally, he does get past Aerosmith, but I think Aerosmith accidentally just triggered DRS on him, and indeed did. So she gets the DRS now on Kevin Magnussen. Let's see, can she do anything with it? She goes down the inside. Wheel to wheel, can she make it work? She can. Oh, it's still wheel to wheel. It is still wheel to wheel. It's still wheel to wheel between our two drivers. They're coming into the opening complex of the race. Aerosmith is trying to eke out ahead, and indeed she does. Wow. Okay. That was quite impressive. Aerosmith is going to be feeling pretty good right now, and she is. Let's see if we can get a better replay of it all happening.
Through turn 5.
Yeah, there we go. What a view that is.
And that sees them move to 15.
Yeah, happy with that. Definitely happy with that one. Aerosmith is still leading this freight train, which is not entirely unexpected, but Ricciardo is taking a second to a second and a half out of the freight train. So this strategy for Aerosmith is just working for our team. This is going to bring Ricciardo into the fray, which it is just going to help immensely. This is huge from Aerosmith. The more we can keep these guys behind us, the more we can absolutely fuck up their race. Logan Sargent's probably going to have to drop into the pit at some point. I think ultimately Aerosmith, after the pit stops, is probably going to come out fairly far down the order. What is our next pit stop? 29. But yeah, oh, Magnussen's making an attempt. Yep, so at the end of this DRS zone, Magnussen makes a pass. Did he leave it late enough that Aerosmith isn't going to get DRS? No, she gets DRS. She gets DRS, which means she's coming down the inside of Kevin Magnussen for 15th place. All this is just feeding into her confidence level. Look, she's still on peak performance. And not only does she get past, but the two Williams are fighting wheel to wheel, which is definitely going to slow them up. Ricciardo has gained 2 seconds on them that lap. This is huge. This whole fight is so huge for Ricciardo. Remember, 15th place is about our ballpark for where our team is right now. So Aerosmith is right where we want her to be. I know we have the caveat if she's having more pit stops later, but this is bringing Ricciardo so much back into this fight. This is just absolutely freaking huge. Freaking huge. Aerosmith has the technical ability that she is not getting past. Sorry, that Kevin Magnussen is not getting past during the non-DRS assisted complex sections. Aerosmith is very much holding her own. Kevin Magnussen is requiring to use the DRS to even get close to passing her, but Aerosmith keeps finding a way past, whether it's her technical ability or with the DRS. So this is a great showing from Aerosmith. This is going to be so beneficial to the team. Yuki Tsunoda is in for a pit stop. And Ocon has served their pit stop. Does this mean that Tsunoda... Yeah, okay. So Tsunoda has a 5-second penalty, so he's serving it at pit stop. It's now served. Okay, that's... Oh, this is a slow pit stop. Oh, Yuki. Yuki, my boy. Oh, no. Ah, Yuki Tsunoda no longer has a penalty to serve, but he got absolutely ganked by that pit stop. However, unfortunately, after laps and laps of amazing effort by Aerosmith, both Magnussen and Sargent have now got past. Fine. Not the worst thing in the world. Ricardo is still gaining on Hulkenberg, but that's okay.
Just manage your tires.
Because Hulkenberg is going to have to pit again, as is Aerosmith. So really our target at the moment is not Hulkenberg, but Alexander Albon. He is our 2-pass candidate for Ricardo. So we're going to preserve some tire life just a little bit. How are we doing for leaders? Okay. We're getting close to getting lapped, but not we're not particularly getting lapped. So I did my calculations on lap 24. So lap 34 38 is where we're planning. Oh, well, nevertheless, yeah, okay, Ricardo makes it past Hulkenberg, which wasn't necessarily anticipated. We're gonna see what Ricardo can do without burning his tires, and we're gonna hold on to potentially this fight for later in the race. We're getting very close to Aerosmith coming in for her pit stop, however. So we're just gonna keep that one in mind. So we're gonna open the pit options, and it is time to go onto this set of softy tires. Probably just as well because Albon slips past. However, Aerosmith is going to keep fighting with Alexander Albon, which is huge. Remember, the more that we can disrupt their tire usage, the better this is going to be. Is there a world... Hang on. Is there a world where the hard tire... So wait, what is this? Hard tire is slightly faster. What if we... Okay. That's 3 seconds faster. Okay, we're gonna go to strategy B, which means we are going to cancel this pit stop. Cancel. Okay, we're gonna change our strategy a little bit. Actually, no, because at this point, Aerosmith is just holding up Ricardo, isn't she? What is the plan? No, I'm not having this. I'm not having this. Let's go to the tire. Yeah, let's go to the hard tire. Let's go to the hard tire this lap. Let's free up Ricardo, because I don't want our drivers fighting with each other more than they are. Although Ricardo does get past. Okay, actually, Ricardo gets past. But I think I still want the harder tire. I still want the harder tire for this. So we're going to gain 1, maybe 2 positions anyway throughout this race. This is actually looking pretty okay. Let's keep our eyes on Aerosmith. So we're going to go to the hard tire here. I would go to another set of mediums, but we just don't have it.
Sargent has boxed.
Let's see what we can do. So we're right at the very, very end of the pit lane. This has to be a good stop. If we could overtake Sargent, that would be amazing. It's not a bad stop, but we do still come out behind Sargent. Hey, 10th. Oh no, 8th. Happy days. Happy days. Okay, so both of our cars are now going until the end of this race. I think Aerosmith is probably going to end up getting lapped. What are we doing for the lappage? Okay, these guys still have around pit stops to go. Fine, we may actually retain our lead lap status for. Actually, no. Let's just keep us on attack. Whoa, hello, that's a lockup. Hey, free spot. Free spot. I just heard the tire squeal, and that is a lockup from Logan Sargent. So under no pressure whatsoever, Logan Sargent just decides that he wants to go and visit fucking Middle Kansas. And that puts him 4 full seconds behind Aerosmith. He is still going to catch up on softer tires, faster car, but I think he's going to be hard pressed to do this. Looking at Ricciardo's race, Ricciardo is being absolutely chased down by Yuki Tsunoda. This is for position, but we're going to gain probably 2, maybe 3 positions in this fight. So here was I
Honestly, I don't think we can do much more.
worried about our tire use strategy during this race, but actually I'm quite happy with this, because we're going to gain 1, 2, 3 places before the end of this race, basically for free. Basically for free. We've got 20 laps to go. Yeah.
Okay, signs coming now.
Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good in my book. Let's have a little look-see and see what well, let's take stock of this race. So Lando Norris finds himself in the lead of this race. Sergio Perez is in second, but his set of tires are absolutely fucky-wucky, so he's going to need to come in for another pit stop again. Max Verstappen is in third, will get promoted to second. He has just been passed by Charles Leclerc on the harder tires, which was an impressive pass using DRS down the start-finish straight. Carlos Sainz is in fifth, with Oscar Piastri entirely on his own in 6th place. Lewis Hamilton is on his own in 7th, as is Stroll. Oh no, Stroll is side by side with his teammate Fernando Alonso, who indeed takes 8th from him. Stroll is now relegated down to 9th place. They're even Stevens for positions. Iwasa is in 10th with a scuffed set of tyres. He is going to need to pit again, as is Valtteri Bottas in 11th. Alexander Albon is going to the end of the race on a set of hards in 12th place, with Yuki Tsunoda in 13th. Kevin Magnussen is in 14th with a wounded set of hard tyres. He, I suspect, is probably going to have to pit again, and our very own Daniel Ricciardo is going to the end of the race on a set of mediums. The damaged Nico Hülkenberg is in 16th place and is definitely going to have to pit again. Esteban Ocon in 17th, with Gasly in 18th, Zhao in 19th, and my very own Aerosmith is in 20th place. Logan Sargent in 21st has not yet been able to catch up to Aerosmith, so interesting set of events. We've got a battle on the go for 14th place. Daniel Ricciardo is desperately trying to get past Kevin Magnussen. This was in the opening complex. We've come down into the first hairpin. We're about to enter the second complex of the race before we start getting into the DRS zones. So let's see how Ricciardo manages this. So here we go, we've triggered the first DRS, and now we're in the first DRS zone, and the DRS is open. We can see the... hang on. Whoop. Yeah, we can see the sponsor of Kevin Magnussen very, very, very clearly now, but unfortunately Ricciardo hasn't affected the overtake. We are accelerating now into the second DRS zone, but again Ricciardo can't get past, or can he? With a dive down the inside, he takes 14th place. But this, I suspect, is going to give Kevin Magnussen the DRS. Iwasa has gone into the pits, which means we have a free place, which I'm quite happy with. Kevin Magnussen uses his DRS to very...
Oh dear, that's not a good stop.
Oh, that's not good. What happened to Iwasa?
We see the RB team waiting there.
It's Karun Chandik.
And there we see the problem.
What's the problem? All the wheels are on. Must have been a jack issue. Just out of view. Just out of view. Well, Iwasa is just leaving the pit lane. This could present an opportunity for Aerosmith to catch up, although probably not if he's on soft. As for Daniel Ricciardo, yeah, so we're up into 13th place. We're past Kevin Magnussen. Oop, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, Kevin Magnussen, who definitely has to stop again, as does Hülkenberg. They are, yeah, I think Ricciardo's going to be okay. I think Ricciardo is going to be A-okay. Going for second position of this race is Max Verstappen. He's finishing the second complex right here, about to come into the DRS zone, and he is right on the rear wing of Charles Leclerc. We'll have to see how this goes. Ooh, they are literally front wing to rear wing. Max Verstappen's now going to come into the second DRS zone here. The wing is going to open. Can he do anything with it? The DRS zones are good for closing up on this lap, but only the third DRS zone is good for actually overtaking. They come around the hairpin side by side. Max Verstappen has the position. Who has the DRS? It's Charles Leclerc. Can he do anything? And Norris has in the pit. So this is going to give Verstappen and or Leclerc the lead of this race. Who's it going to be? That has to be decided on the track. It is going to be Charles Leclerc. Alrighty. Nice. Aerosmith is currently very much on her own. I don't see her massively being able to do too much. We're going to go back to standard tire use for Daniel Ricciardo. This 13th place is looking pretty good. This is going to become 12th for us for sure when Bottas's tires go off. Yeah, this is going to become 12th. Hulkenberg. What is Hulkenberg doing? My goodness. Hulkenberg has hit the cliff and then some. He is the conductor of the freight train with 2 Alpines and a Sauber aggressively chasing him down. Look at that. Look at that. This is causing all kind of commotion behind us and might actually allow... Okay, I was going to say might actually allow Aerosmith to catch up, but Hulkenberg has decided that discretion is the better part of valor. He's going to go in for the pit lane, probably change onto a set of softs if he has any left, which is going to then give Aerosmith the place for free, and probably the Williams as well. So it's going to be jobs on for Nico Hulkenberg to see if he can't gain any positions in the closing stages of this race. I don't think there's going to be any way we can catch Iwasa on his soft set of tires. However, once he passes Zhao and Gasly, I think Aerosmith, if she's good enough, might be able to close up on these guys. How are we doing for the lap situation? So nobody's lapped yet, which is fine. So we'll rock to a fuel delta of 0.
We don't need liftoff.
Understood.
Now let's just see what we can do. Oscar Piastri is in for a fairly late pit stop. He's had his pit stop. He's onto soft tires. He's going to come out right in front of Tsunoda. I think, actually, no. Yeah, Tsunoda. So that changes the order just a little bit. I don't think there is any more pit stop. No, Valtteri Bottas. Valtteri Bottas and Kevin Magnussen are both going to pit again, which could be a potential benefit to both Aerosmith and to Ricciardo. We'll just have to see how this all goes. Actually, right now, Bottas's tires are so run down, he is slowing up Alexander Albon, allowing Ricciardo to hopefully try and catch up. We'll have to see how that goes. The lead of this race is still being worked on between Verstappen and Leclerc, with 15 laps to go. And 4th place is a battle between Perez and Lando Norris, with Perez the current victor, but there's about to be another DRS zone, so let's stick with this fight and watch how this progresses over time. DRS is open in Lando Norris's car. He is quite far back, half a second drift. We'll see what he can do with him. He's got a good run though. He goes for the inside line. It's going to give him the edge coming into the starting of this first section complex, but it is really tricky if you're not already ahead to retain being ahead, but nevertheless, side by side still, they're still side by side, and eventually the winner of this battle is decided with Perez in 4th place. Our tires are overheating, which is a smidgen of an issue. I'm actually going to cool them off just a little bit and see what we can end up with. Okay, let's see if we can cool these tires down a little bit. I think we're probably going to get lapped before the end of the race, which means I don't have to worry too much about retaining these tires, but I would like to cool them down just a little bit more if I can. We're going to go for balanced fuel use for a little bit. How's Ricciardo doing? So Ricciardo's in 13th place. Bottas has hit the cliff with his hard tires, which has allowed Alexander Albon to overtake him. Ricciardo is going to be next, but the question is going to be, can Ricciardo close down the 5 seconds on Bottas before Bottas dives into the pits? Is going to be the long and short of the question that we have to ask. Kevin Magnussen may try and do a risky hang-on until the end of the race. Not entirely sure, but it is a distinct possibility. The Ferraris are now together fighting for second position. Where are we on the track? So we've just finished the first complex, rounding the hairpin, about to come into the second complex. There's no DRS zone for this kind of, like, first third of the lap. So any overtake that Sainz is going to achieve is going to have to be done on merit. We'll have to see. But on merit, Perez has closed this gap magnificently. They were very almost wheel to wheel. But now Sainz is going to benefit from the DRS zones. We are through one and no biscuit to show for it. We're entering the second, closing up the gap. And nothing to show for it. Rounding the final hairpin onto the start-finish straight. This is going to be the time for Sainz to get it done. Can he secure second place with his newer tires, his softer tires? He's side by side with Charles Leclerc. He needs to get it done before they get into the corner. And he doesn't. They're still side by side. Rounding the first corner, Leclerc takes a position back and Sainz backs right out of it. And that is the end of that maneuver for Sainz for a lap. Lando Norris is side by side with Perez, but Perez gets it back. Exact same thing that happened between Leclerc and Sainz. We'll have to see how that progresses over time. For the back in the battles, there is a three-way battle for 14th place between Ocon, Zhao and Iwasa. We'll have to see how this goes. Everyone's about evenly matched on tyre wear, although there is a difference in tyre compounds which could factor in. And Bottas's tyre life is down to 24%, which means Ricciardo has taken out 3 seconds on him to be within now 2 seconds, probably within 1 lap, maybe even half a lap. We are going to see him achieve this overtake. I don't think Ricciardo is going to get lapped, so we are working to a percentage. So we're looking to a fuel delta of 0. I think Aerosmith is potentially going to get lapped. Although I'm actually not that confident about it, so we'll definitely have to see how this goes. Fine. We're now within DRS range, and I want past Bottas. I really want past Bottas.
Yep, understood.
So let's push.
Oh, we can cancel liftoff.
So let's use fuel and let's use ERS to really close down this gap. So as soon as we can get into DRS range, we can just open this up and start going. So the gap started the lap at 0.8 seconds. It's currently 0.6, now 0.5, now 0.4. We're coming through the second complex of this lap. About to come into the DRS range zone. No problem. DRS detection is now. Ricciardo's DRS is open. We want a clean overtake of him with Bottas on his wounded tires, and that has happened. I don't think Bottas is going to catch us up. So let's just go back to neutral and neutral.
Okay.
I might actually conserve a little bit because I really want this to be retained on neutral.
Okay.
See how we go. Bottas is going to get DRS range here, but I don't think this matters with his tyres as gubbed as he is. I think Bottas is going to try to go to the remainder of this race on his absolutely scuffed tyres. Okay, Bottas is side by side with Ricciardo, but yeah, we can't. Bottas cannot make that work. Can absolutely not make that one work. Aerosmith, how are we doing? Aerosmith is currently 5 seconds adrift of PR Gasly. 18th place is pretty good. This is a really good showing from Hibble F1. Looks like we have a blue flag. A blue flag jamboree between the leaders and the Haas back markers. Oh, this is chaotic. This is absolutely chaos. If I was these two Ferraris, I would be absolutely seething in my helmet right now. Holy hell.
No more lift-off required.
Okay.
Yeah, these Ferraris, these Ferraris races... If one of the Ferraris does not win this race, I think it was these two Haas back markers that have cost the Ferraris a chance at taking a pop at Verstappen later in the race. That was a poor showing from Team Haas in this simulated version of this race. So with 10 laps to go, Max Verstappen is in a commanding lead of the race, 5 seconds adrift from Charles Leclerc, who's fighting off his teammate Carlos Sainz. Perez is in 4th, fighting off Lando Norris. Hamilton is all on his Starman in 6th, as is Alonso. Lance Stroll is fighting off Oscar Piastri from 8th. Bottas can go no further and has dived into the pits, which will gift a place to pretty much everyone. It might even gift a place to Aerosmith, if we're lucky, which I wasn't expecting. And it does. Aerosmith's up into 17th place. Tsunoda is on his own 20 seconds off of Oscar Piastri, with Albon in 11th. Ricciardo is on his own in 12th place, with Iwasa in 13th. Ocon is chasing Iwasa down and is pretty much on his rear wing. Zhao is a second adrift of everyone either side in 15th, with Gasly in 16th, Aerosmith in 17th, Sargent 18th, Bottas 19th, and Bottas is leading the best of the rest train with a three-way battle for 19th position after his recent pit stop. So that is where we're standing at the moment. I think the Iwasa Ocon battle is probably one of the closest that we have just now. Have to see how this goes. Oh, Iwasa is right on Ocon's rear bumper. The DRS is going to open. This is the second DRS zone. This is very hard to effect an overtake, but it can help you set you up for the start-finish straight. They are absolutely side by side. I think Iwasa is going to trigger the DRS for this one. Indeed, he does. Iwasa's DRS is open, and he is past Ocon. This is a slight problem because he has softer tires than Daniel Ricciardo, so this is going to be quite interesting to see how this goes. So we're going to push for fuel. God, that 0.2 liters got eaten up fucking instantly. Tires are taking a hit. Tires are doing okay for Ricciardo.
Okay.
And our tires have cooled down for Aerosmith. We're actually going to have her just gun it. In fact, with only 7 laps to go, we're just going to deploy ERS until the end of session for both drivers. See how we go. I don't think Ricciardo is going to get a pop at Albon before the end of this race.
Overtake available.
But I want to try and preserve tires as much as we can in case Iwasa catches up to us. So we'll just keep that one in the back of our mind. Aerosmith does have Logan Sargent right behind her. Oh, this is after the blue flags. So she's now a lap down. So actually, let's just gun it. Let's just gun it. Our fuel delta now for Aerosmith is minus 1.9. So let us just gun it. Let's use as much fuel as we can, and let's try and stay ahead of Logan Sargent. I think this is going to be a big boon for us if we can, but Sargent with his softer tires does manage to get ahead with DRS, which is frustrating. Aerosmith is defending against Hulkenberg and does have the DRS on Sargent. Well, it just remains to see what she can do. We've given her the fuel, we've given her the tires. We just need to hope for the best. The only problem is that Hülkenberg does have newer tires, and Bottas behind him does have newer tires still. So we need to keep that one in mind. But Aerosmith is just going to be fighting until the end of this race. And this is pretty much all we can do. Pretty much all we can do. Ricciardo's doing okay. Managing tires, managing fuel, managing ERS. It's just a waiting game for Ricciardo. Verstappen is pretty secure in the lead right now, although this gap is coming down a little bit. However, the two Ferraris could still fight with each other to disrupt who takes second place versus who takes third. The battle for fourth is still alive and well between Norris and Perez. Further back down is Esteban Ocon, that is currently leading a 3-car battle for 14th place between Ocon, Zhao and Gasly. Sargent is leading the freight train of the best of the rest between Aerosmith, Hülkenberg, Bottas and Magnussen. However, there's about to be some back markers that come into the fray, so we'll definitely have to see how this goes. DRS is open. Hülkenberg is coming for Aerosmith, but Bottas is also coming for him, so this could be quite interesting to see how this all plays out. Aerosmith closes the door so Hülkenberg cannot get past. Fuel delta is okay. This can get down to -2 points. So 2.1 is our never exceed and 1.9 is our safety. So this is fine for Ricciardo. It is 0. 0 is our absolute target.
Bit of lift off.
Understood.
Jesus Christ, this is messy. So where is Verstappen in comparison to Ricciardo? Actually only about a fifth of a lap away, so this isn't getting pretty close. Actually, this could prove very, very interesting. I'm not so confident that Aerosmith is going to be able to hold on to 18th place for the rest of the race. I think this is going to be a very, very hard fight for her to win. The good news is that Iwasa is really having to burn his tires in order to try and catch up to Ricciardo. So while this gap is coming down, Ricciardo is getting in a better and better position as we now reach the final 15 laps of this race. We're just going to keep burning fuel as and when we can. Aerosmith is burning fuel as well in order to try and keep the 17th place position. Wait a minute, wasn't she 18th a minute ago?
Understood.
Wasn't she 18th a minute ago? Okay, blue flags here. I feel like that wasn't entirely suboptimal as a place to overtake, but it wasn't too bad. So our tires are hot, but this is fine. This will see us to the end of the race. We're burning fuel, but that's fine. This will see us to the end of the race. Oh, and Aerosmith. So Bottas has overtaken Magnussen. No, was it not Sargent that was chasing Aerosmith? Okay, I think there's been a lot of jostling under the blue flags, which has allowed Aerosmith to get away slightly. The only thing that might prove problematic is Aerosmith is about to get blue flagged here. Yep, so there it is, blue flag, blue flag. She gets out the way, and Bottas is... fuck, Bottas just sneaks past under the blue flags. That's so unfortunate for Aerosmith. So Aerosmith is back in 18th place. I think this is what happened to Aerosmith before. These blue flags can be a vicious beast if, you know, you don't get a chance to, like, deal with them.
5 more laps.
Soval.
Okay.
So Magnussen is now right on Aerosmith's tail. Jesus Christ. Hopefully we might be able to get some more blue flags that help. Magnussen has got his DRS open. He is trying to go down the inside of Aerosmith. But is it going to happen? The answer is yes, but is he going to hold it? No. Once again, we are seeing Aerosmith's technical ability being able to surpass the ability of the DRS on this circuit, which is pretty good. And Magnussen at this moment in time is now outside of DRS range as they go into the complex. So this is a very impressive drive for Aerosmith. Ivasa has caught right up to the back of Daniel Ricciardo, which is not entirely ideal. There's not going to be too much I can do about it. I can't give him any more fuel. I can't give him any more ERS. This is going to be on Daniel Ricciardo's technical ability to stay ahead, and Iwasa does pass. This is going to give Ricciardo the DRS, so we'll have to see how this goes. 13th place is still a lot better than we were expecting to do, so we're definitely happy with this. Ricciardo is going to have the DRS here. Oh, but these blue flags are going to fuck us. Oh, safety car, safety car, safety car. Okay. Actually, hang on. So this is so close to the end of the race. No pit, no pit.
Safety car deploy. Charge on.
What happened?
And make sure you stay
So
positive.
Yuki Tsunoda has crashed. Let's see how it happened. Oh, so he bins it. Oh, that's a hard one into the barrier. And yeah, stopped on the exit of the curbing. Yeah, that's a safety car every day of the week. Yeah, safety car every day of the week. This race may finish under safety car here, which will gift us 12th place. Does put the Williams in the points. That's not good. That really isn't good.
Yuki is off.
I don't think anyone's going to be dumb enough to pit here. That would be a silly mistake.
So he's out the car.
I think this finishes. I think this finishes under safety car. Oh. Our boy Ricciardo is right behind the safety car. Wait, did Ricciardo get lapped? Okay. I didn't actually have that one in my playbook. I didn't actually count on him getting lapped this this session. Okay.
Currently P12.
Alright, this is probably where I get some rather interesting screenshots of some cars. Some cars that shouldn't be where they are. Yeah, there it is. I love that the growl of the safety car is very different. It's something that would have been very, very easy to have just overlooked in a game like this, but you know, it's there. The safety car does have a very different sound to it, which is quite nice. Doesn't sound like I imagine an Aston Martin to sound though. Oh, that didn't look the way I wanted it to. There we go. That looks a lot better. I wish you could frame by frame it. Okay, I think if in all honesty this is probably going to finish behind the safety car. If this was me in race control, I would have hit the red flag and just like red and checker rather than safety car. But I'm not in race control, so here we are. Getting some good screenshots from this though. No longer have to worry about fuel use, and this is at least going to cement a 12-17 for us, which is pretty cool. Oh, fuck. Oh, they're different. Fuck. Yeah. Look at the safety car. This is actually inaccurate. There should be 2 of them in that car. Because the safety car usually consists of a safety car driver plus an observer as well.
3 more laps.
So I think we're either not going to go green at all, or we are going to go green, and this is going to be an absolute fucking scramble for the checkered flag. Let's see what we work with. So safety car is going to come around again.
Two more laps.
Yep, final lap. We finished under the safety car. We finished under the safety car. Huge. So final lap board is out. Okay. Okay. Well, the safety car is ending, so we're gonna get a very, very fucking frantic push to the end. So they're going to allow us to take the checkered flag under green flag conditions, which is going to be interesting. So the safety car is going to dive in here, I think. And do we really go back green flag racing here? I hope not. I really hope not. Safety car is ended. It's going to be on to our drivers to make sure that there is nothing. Oh my goodness, everyone is. Oh, double safety car. Okay.
On the way up, P12.
There we go. Checker flag.
We did well. Cheers.
So the race effectively finishes under the safety car. I think that was a bit of a misfinish. Safety car came in a bit too early there. But under the safety car, Max Verstappen takes the win of the race from Carlos Sainz in second, Charles Leclerc in third, Lando Norris in fourth. Perez is fifth with Hamilton behind. And we finished 12-17.
Coming back after the checkered flag.
At the end of that, it's a 15th place finish.
Well, Max Verstappen can add yet another podium to his already impressive record.
Their first win of the season, and the team looking on will be very proud, I'm sure.
And finally now, the drivers can relax after an eventful weekend at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Well, Karun, how do you think they'll be feeling in the team garage at the end of that?
Pretty fucking good, I hope.
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
Okay then, and a big thank you to everyone for joining us this weekend here in Jeddah.
And for the next round, Formula One is heading down under. Exciting times ahead in Australia on the shores of the Albert Park Lake.
Alrighty, that is gonna start us towards the end of today's stream. So, yeah, so we got to Perez in 5th, Hamilton 6th, Alonso in 7th, Piastri in 8th, Lance Stroll in 9th, and Team Williams is going to pick up their first point of the season in 10th place. RB Racing's Ayuma Iwasa takes 11th place, with our boy Daniel Ricciardo gaining 5 places to take 12th. Esteban Ocon finishes in 13th, with Zhao Ganyu in 14th, Pierre Gasly 15th, Bottas in 16th, and our very own Raven Aerosmith taking 3 places to finish 17th. Kevin Magnussen loses 4 to finish 18th. Nico Hulkenberg loses 7 to finish 19th, and Logan Sargent rounds out the last of the finishers in 20th place, with Yuki Tsunoda and George Russell retiring with damage at various points of the race. In terms of the Constructors' Championship, this is now going to push Max Verstappen into the lead, who is now 3 points to the good of Charles Leclerc. In the Constructors' Championship, Ferrari retain their lead, but now only by 7 points over Red Bull Racing, and Hibble F1 moves up into 8th place in the Constructors' Championship, which is ahead of our target of 9th place. So this is good. This doesn't matter while we are like we have no points. This can the minute Team Haas get a single point on the board, they will overtake us. But for just now, after just 2 races, Hibble F1 is in 8th place. Look at that! Look at that. In terms of the fastest pit stop competition, Raven Aerosmith's 2 second .722 pit stop takes 10th place, which gives us another precious point in the the fastest pit stop championship, which puts us in 7th place. We've lost 2 places, but this will still give us money at the end of the race. There was no catastrophic errors, although our pit stops are quite slow, so more things that we need to particularly improve upon. Both of our drivers breached their targets and then some. 20th place, we finished 8 places higher. 21st place, we finished 4 places higher. Huge. Good result for us, and that nets us $500,000 as we go into what will be the Australian Grand Prix. You can see how that how messy that all got. Like my notes from this ended up absolutely all over the place. We built some facilities, which is pretty good. So our next race is going to take place at Australia. I'm currently pretty happy with this. I wonder what the board thinks. Board confidence is medium. Race performance is happy. I'm pretty happy with this. Good, I'm pretty excited. Do you know what? I wasn't so sure about bringing this series back, but now that I have brought it back, I'm pretty happy. I'm quite enjoying myself. I'm enjoying myself. I hope you guys are too. However, that is going to round out today's stream. When we come back, we are going to polish off some of our various bits and bobs ahead of our next race in Australia. And what is the race after that? So next race will be Australia, followed by Japan, which I can't remember if this is a sprint race or not. There is a way to see it. Oh yeah, here we go. So Suzuka is, as far as I can tell, not a sprint race. Yeah, okay. So we'll be back next time for rounds 4 and round 5 of the Formula 1 2024 Alternative Championship. We're going to go find somebody to raid. Let's see which one of my friends happens to be out and about. Our Twitch is just going to entirely fuck up. We'll have to see. Okay, I don't really have any friends that are doing anything. Oh no, I lied. I absolutely lied. We are going to go and show some love, and so this is a bit of a genre change, but we are absolutely going to show some love and support to Tima, who is a what is becoming very much a long time supporter of this channel, who is also a fair another streamer as well. I don't know what is up with my word selection at the moment. So we are going to go and show Tima some love and support. They are currently playing The Last of Us Part 2. We will be back at some point. Probably tomorrow. I'm just trying to think of my schedule. Probably tomorrow, but if there's any changes, don't be surprised. Yeah, let's go and show them some love and support. But for just now, I'm going to say thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, that's right. World War I pilots didn't have parachutes. I fucking knocked down the tree.
He does well for himself. Let me put it like that.
Hey, Chaucer.
Yeah.
I love you, buddy. But get the hell out of my ear. I can't think straight. I can't think straight to save my damn life right now.
Is it because you love my voice so much?
Go stand by Bunty. Go. Get. God, dog.
fine. All
I
right.
can't think straight.
Thank you. Have.
Wow. Suddenly I feel like I got more time.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up. That was terrible. God.
If you want me to do a train safety announcement, here's my pitch, right? There is two kinds of being sucked off on a train station platform that can happen. If you want the happy one, stay behind the yellow line.
Oh, they've got guns, guys!
Crazy.
I fucking hate this man so much.
They shot bullets at me!
It's a fucking shooter game, isn't it?
Cardamom, coriander, cilantro there. I might leave out the cilantro. Got some black cardamom, it's really nice with some ginger there.
Are you kicking me?
Y'all want to count us down, folks?
No, I'm just making my great grandfather's recipes.
Oh, cheese it! They're shooting me! Oh god, they're shooting me. Okay, good. I love how happy Robodoggy gets with these little combat sessions. Oh, fuck a dick. Okay, that was an explosion! They're underneath me. Oh, get fucked!
I've not seen him in a long time, no.
And I have no idea who he is.
Wait, why is there a horse in the distance? Just riding through the fucking sky. Did y'all see that?
Oh, well.
What are we
I probably
watching?
ain't supposed to be letting this happen.
I think we're watching the...
I think that one got him.
Oh no. Oh my god.
You know,
Oh my
right
god.
above your heart.
I trusted you.
Taking it like a champ, that's a great thing.
Oh my.